Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 19, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
So, Justin, how's it been going?
Pretty good.
So, did you hear Lost is back on?
I heard.
Yeah, it's about time, right?
Yeah, it is. Time coming.
What have you been doing in the interim while we were patiently waiting for Lost to return?
Oh, not much. Just living, not really thinking about Lost very much.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of been on the back burner. Watched a few other shows, you know.
Well, I've been doing a little research in fertility treatments myself.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've got a sister who is trying to have a baby, so I've been trying to help her out. You know, it's her life's goal, and, you know, trying to help her because, you know, she's, like, dying of cancer, so, you know, it'd be good if she had a baby, you know.
Yeah, because then that kid wouldn't have a mom, and
yeah.
That's always good for kids.
It's great for kids, and, well, you know, really, I just want to be an uncle, so...
Yeah.
It's
all about the mom. The mom wants a baby. Fuck the baby, right?
Yeah. Oh, who cares about the baby?
Yeah.
Right? That's Claire's motto. All right. So, let's start talking about, wow. That would have been cool if we actually wrote that and did it, but off the top of our heads, it's pretty good.
Hey. Yeah, that's why.
That was funny. Let's talk about this pretty damn good episode, Not in Portland.
Not in Portland.
Now, as we always love to discuss the titles, my first question, I was going to do some research, but I'm like, And I'll just ask you, was Not in Portland the original title for this episode?
Yes.
Okay.
I've known that this episode was called Not in Portland, and I guess the spoiler community has known that this episode was called Not in Portland since probably last November.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. Like, I was a part of that spoiler community because I did look to see what the episode was called. But I didn't remember it was called Not in Portland. And so when I saw that this was called Not in Portland, I just sort of thought that... I thought the original title was like something Portland. This is a horrible story, and my point is, when I found out the episode was called Not in Portland, I thought the creators had changed it because everybody knew it was called whatever I thought Portland, and then I thought they changed it, but I guess they didn't. So never mind.
No, it's always been that. But when I originally heard the title, I thought, you know, wow, that's a weird title. I figured it was just going to be one of those titles, I don't know. It never occurred to me. What it ends up meaning, it never would have occurred to me.
Yeah, I guess that's part of my point was that even though it was called Not in Portland when I first saw it a couple months ago, I thought it was still going to be in Portland, and so when the episode wasn't in Portland, I thought the creators changed it or something, but... Anyway.
Yeah, see, when it first started and they showed Miami, I thought, it's in Miami, that's not important. Like, I thought that was it.
Yeah, I guess that's part of what I mean, too, is that I thought, like, they were like, hey, fans, you thought it was going to be in Portland, but it's not.
Oh, I see. You thought it was a whole...
Yeah, I thought it had something to do with the fact that people knew what the episode was called and had preconceptions, but no, it's about a whole other thing, which we'll get into.
Indeed. Not exactly in Portland.
Not exactly. They're a little offshore. Although somehow our crew members still get to do backpacking trips, which I guess they do.
Yeah, we have to talk about that.
Okay.
That's actually, oh boy.
Oh boy.
We'll get there.
Well, before we start on the episode, I just want to say welcome back to all the fans, new and old, and I know I'll speak for Justin and myself and say that we're eager for the last part of this season. 18 straight weeks of Lost is going to be cool. You get 18 straight weeks of the Lost Lowdown, which some might say is even better. And I think it's going to be fun, and I hope you guys enjoy our Season 2 recap, the Lost Lowdown episodes, as they sort of were. And so let's get into it.
Yeah, those were recorded pretty swiftly right before season 3 started, and they were. It was good to have something to throw out there during the break. So hopefully it was interesting, even though we didn't quite know what was going on yet.
Yeah, it was like Justin said. It was recorded, that's last summer before season 3 started. So we didn't know a lot of things, and so I'm sure some of our speculations were pretty laughable. But anyway, let's talk about this episode. And the first thing I wanted to mention, just because it's the first thing you see in this episode, because the first thing they do is they recap, last time on Lost.
Right.
And one of the things that stood out was, Jack says, he's talking to Ben. He says, I'll, speaking of the tumor, I'll get it out and I'll keep you alive, And I highlighted that line because it's sort of literally what he does. I mean, obviously by the end of this episode, he does get the tumor out, but the idea of keeping him alive made me think of the fact that, Jack has him on the table, with his kidney sac cut, and sort of just lingering there, but he's still alive, you know what I mean? So I was wondering if that line was sort of signifying what he was planning to do.
Oh. Well, as opposed to just, I'll keep you alive because you won't die because the tumor won't be there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'll get it out, and, like, I'll keep you alive is a very sort of weird thing to kind of say, as opposed to, I'll get it out and you'll live, or I'll get it out and blah, 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 but it's, I'll keep you alive. Like,
yeah. But do you think Ben's going to give him credit for holding to his word, even though he,
at this point, I think it's going to be, like Juliet said at the end, it's going to be more about what they want to do with Jack at this point, because I think we're going to be lending to other bigger issues now. I mean, specifically in terms of Ben, though, to answer your question, I don't know. It's almost a moot point by now. I mean, what else can they do to Jack?
It is, but maybe a slightly different question. Maybe I should save this for later, but a slightly different question would be if he hadn't done that, if he had simply performed the surgery and that's it, do you think they'd let him go?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Nope.
Well, in which case, it doesn't matter what he did.
Yeah, I don't think they would have. I don't think Ben would have upheld his agreement, although he claims to be a gentleman, which we'll talk about shortly. Because some of the things he's done has been very gentlemanly.
Indeed, yes.
So, okay, the first scene, we find a very sad Juliet crying on the beach. She's upset about something.
She's sad a lot.
She's sad a lot. Maybe that should be her new name, Sad a Lot. And
crappy name, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty crappy, but it's appropriate.
Sad a lot.
Sad a lot. Mrs. Sad a lot. You're sad a lot. Okay, and then so she's crying on the beach, blah blah blah, and then she goes into this like whatever house or I don't know. It's where her sister lives, which is a very strange looking place because the like hallway looked like it was like a cement hallway, very drab and sort of utilitarian, I guess. But anyway, we see Ethan sort of walk down the hallway and give a unanswered hello.
Yeah,
and it was very strange to see Ethan because he looks very weird with is it his hair's longer or something in this episode? He just looks all kinds of weird.
Yeah, his hair's longer. I think he's gained a little weight.
Yeah, he just looks pudgy and hippie-ish, and I don't know. It's very weird, but not the fear-all machine that once beat Jack up to hell. So,
yeah.
Anyway, so we meet Juliet's sister Rachel, and Rachel sort of just looks like she's just had chemo or has undergone cancer therapy, which we find that to be true. Or I guess we don't know that she has cancer, right?
Yeah, they don't say it specifically.
They don't say it specifically, but
not having hair, I mean, that's a standard thing.
And so we find that Juliet is giving her some illicit fertility treatments. Now, I'd like to say, and we're going to talk about this more, but, since this idea that Juliet's sister is sick, but we don't know what it is, and Juliet is a fertility doctor, maybe her sickness has something to do with, her uterus or something. Maybe she has cancer in her uterus or fallopian tubes or something like that, and that's maybe my point is maybe her cancer is specifically in her reproductive system, which is sort of helps Juliet become more effective in the treatment of that.
Yeah.
But anyway, one of the
I'd
first.
like to mention.
Okay.
I think in this first scene, they're kind of pulling this trick that they've done before, but sort of in reverse. They show Juliet on the beach, and then they have her walk through this building that's dingy. The lights are flickering, and Ethan walks by, and I feel like they're trying to make us think, hey, maybe this is the island, maybe this is some station on the island, and she's doing some duty or whatever in the past. I mean, everything you see, up to the point where she opens the window, really could have been on the island.
I agree. I actually didn't think that they were actually on the island. Although that sort of is the point I think behind that really drab hallway, because it was, like I said, didn't seem like a hallway in any sort of apartment building or something like that. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, the way she opened that window and was talking about Miami, and it was very grand, like the grand reveal. But they didn't fool me, because I just sort of assumed that that this was a flashback. So I wasn't thinking that. But
they didn't fool me just because I knew that the flashback wasn't on the island.
Oh.
But I think if I hadn't known, I could have been fooled that it was a sort of on the island flashback kind of thing at first.
Plus. Oh, I was just going to say, plus the way Ethan said hello was very, I don't know you, hello type hello, It didn't seem like they knew each other when he said that, so that's what I was thinking. This was before they met, so.
Yeah, and it was.
It was.
But then a question I have is, what is Ethan doing there?
He's doing research, basically. I mean, one of the big things we find out is that Dharma, or I should specifically say the Middleos company has been involved in finding out everything they can about Juliet. So I think he's just sort of there seeing what's going on with her life. I mean, maybe for all we know, he could have broken in while her sister was sleeping and snooped around or something. Maybe he just came from her sister's room. I don't know, but. I think he was just sort of there because the whole Middleos company what is it? The Middleos
Bioscience.
Oh yeah, the Middleos whatever company is just doing research on her.
So you mean her sister?
No, I mean Juliet and everything.
Oh, Juliet. Okay, so he's just sort of. He's there because Juliet's there.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're sort of following her and keeping up with what she's doing.
Yeah. Okay.
Because in light of the ending, I thought that scene made me think that she was in some sort of facility, and that Ethan, maybe they weren't friendly, but they sort of knew each other well enough to say hi. Mm-hmm. And so I thought it was weird later on when she didn't really she almost recognized him, but she didn't know him. Mm-hmm. So he was just sort of following. Okay.
I mean, it did really seem like the sister was in some sort of facility. It was kind of strange. And one of the things I've never been to Miami, but one of the things I noticed when they opened the window was how it looked like, the place that they were was sort of outside of everything. It looked, when she opens the window, you see the whole city and everything, and it seems like they were separate from that. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe they were at. I mean, I don't know where the research lab is that Juliet works at. I don't know if the sister lives there it could be some sort of compound that they work and live at too. So I don't know.
See, I got the sense it was just supposed to be an apartment building, and they talked about living on the beach. What was the line?
Well, she says. The sister's like, oh, I don't want to move. I like living on the beach. And then Juliet says, we're in Miami. Everywhere is the beach or something.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I don't know. I think they're... I don't know what they want us to believe. I think there's enough evidence to believe it's an apartment building and enough evidence to believe it's sort of some sort of compound. So I don't know.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a New Year's resolution for Laws.
Uh-oh.
And I just wanna bring it up. This is my New Year's resolution. From now on, I'm going to let myself. Everything's going to stay the same. We'll discuss everything, whatever. But just for my own mental well-being, I'm going to now believe stuff that I think I should believe. That's just my resolution.
And how are you going to control that?
What do you mean?
Like, how do you decide what you're supposed to believe? And then how do you go about believing that?
Did I say what I'm supposed to believe?
Yeah.
What I mean is, I'm going to believe stuff that I feel like they want me to believe.
Well, okay, same thing.
I mean, it's a judgment call.
Okay, so you're just basically
what
saying...
what I'm saying is, I'm going to believe what I feel like I should believe.
Oh, okay.
Instead, well, I guess because in the past when I watched a show, I second guess and then third guess and fourth guess everything. Something comes up and I say, okay, that means that, but then I want to say, well, what if blah, blah, blah's lying, and what if, whatever. And I will still entertain those things, but I'm going to believe what I think I should believe initially. That's just a new thing for me.
Well, you realize you're setting yourself up to be deceived, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I do, but I think it'll help me somehow if I just sort of come down on one side and and don't waffle around.
So what does that mean in terms of, are they in an apartment building or are they in some sort of compound?
You know what? I didn't have a gut reaction. The first time I watched it, I thought it was a compound. The second time, I thought it was an apartment building. So 50-50. I guess I don't have a way to come down on that one.
All right. Wow. It looks like your New Year's resolution is off to a great start.
It is. Wow. I really thought it was going to help. You know what? No. I'm going to go down with apartment building.
All right.
That's going to be, because that was what I thought when I watch it and when I read the lines. That seems stronger to me. So that's the way I'm going.
All right.
What do you say? Do you have a preference?
So that means, in terms of that,
yeah.
I don't have a preference. I don't mind waffling around. I like sitting on fences. So,
okay.
I think
I guess that's a part of it. I'm going to take a stand on everything.
The only thing that makes me think it's not a compound, because when we see her in the sort of lab area and stuff like that, that could be part of the compound too. But when her ex-husband comes out of the office, whatever, and gets hit, that seems like a very public place, blah, blah, blah. And if he's coming out of the same office as where the labs are, then that sort of, then that makes me think the labs aren't at the compound, which makes me think there's no compound. So unless his office is at a different place, then let's see. If his office is at a different place, I think it's an apartment building. If his office is at where the labs are, then I think the labs are part of a compound, and I think they're the compound. So.
Okay.
So I have no way to tell.
A few conditional statements there, but okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
And I stand firm on those. Okay. So the other thing I want to mention about this scene, because we've talked a lot and not a lot about this scene, is just the weirdness of Juliet taking out her little fertility drug kit. And she's about to stick her sister when her sister's sleeping, and I'm like, you know what? That's really gonna wake her up. I'm like, are you really gonna do that while she's asleep? Because if someone sticks you with a needle while you're sleeping, you're gonna sort of instinctually slap at wherever the pain is coming
alarm
from.
Clock.
Yeah, exactly. If there's one thing evolution has inbred in humans, it's the willingness to wake up quickly when being stuck by a needle.
Stabbed?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not really good form.
Yeah, it's really a writing thing. Obviously, she really wouldn't do that, but the way it plays off, it seems like if her sister didn't sort of, just sort of wake up at the same time, she would have just stuck her.
Yeah.
And so, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if you found this out when you were doing your forum research, or should I say research, if I was British. And did you find out if the plane that flew by in that opening scene was that an oceanic plane?
I did not find out. However, this transcript claims that it was.
I mean, from what I saw, it looked like it had the oceanic symbol, and it's like, what other symbol would they have on there? Because it can't be a real airliner symbol because they, for copyright reasons, I think. So
it should be like when they've done that before. I remember that episode with Locke and his dad. When the plane flew by. It was like sort of the same shot because that plane was really low and it passed by at exactly the right time. So it makes sense that it should have been, but I really just couldn't see it. Like it was dark. It was dark. Hard. It was hard for me to, and I didn't try to look at it because really, even if whether it is or not, I mean.
Now, what's interesting about Juliet's backstory taking place in Miami is that that's where Sawyer was, right? Well, no, Kate was in Miami. Sorry, Kate. And Sawyer was around Florida somewhere. Yeah,
Sawyer was somewhere in Florida, but I don't think Miami.
Yeah.
Kate was in Miami?
Yeah, because the husband worked for the Miami-Dade police.
Really?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. I remember that on his car.
Okay, interesting. Okay, well, I guess that means they may have been there at the same time.
Yeah, presumably. Now here's a question. What was Juliet crying about in the beginning of the episode?
I'm assuming that she was crying about her sister, I guess.
Okay. So just like she was crying that her sister is sick, or she was crying... I mean, maybe something to do with the fact that she's stealing this medication and she feels like ethically uneasy about that.
I think it's a combination. I think it's everything having to do with that situation. The fact that her sister had cancer and she's kind of not in great shape, and then she's having to steal these drugs to try to make her pregnant, and she's really not even sure if this is going to work, and she could have some problems. She probably feels bad about it on some level, and she's not sure what effect it's going to have completely. And so, I feel like it's that situation. I can't imagine what else it is.
Anything you think to do with the ex-husband? Like, you think she's crying about any of that, or I don't know?
I don't think so. At least, I mean, except for the fact that he's not happy when he finds out about it.
Yeah.
But nothing like personal. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I got the sense that they've been, I guess you don't say broken up when they were married. What do you say? Divorced.
Well, they are definitely broken up. The most broken up you can be in a marriage.
It seems too mild. Divorced. I got the sense that it been enough time that she wasn't that upset about it anymore, but
okay.
And she seemed very emotional about, and not only that, there was that later scene with the sister when she says, oh God, what does she say?
Did you watch the episode?
What?
Nothing.
Now you can tell that bastard ex-husband of yours what he can do with his ethics.
Yeah, I thought that was a weird line. Not that I want to jump ahead that far, but that was a weird line, I thought, because it's like, I guess we're supposed to assume that Juliet told the sister what the ex-husband told her,
Yeah.
But the way she said it, at least to me, it came off like she just sort of knew that somehow. Like maybe she was, part of some evil plot. I don't know. But that's just
I think it's possible there's like a deleted scene there.
Oh, okay.
Where they actually talk about it. That would be my guess, because I do assume that Juliet told her that her ex-husband knew, and she might get in trouble for it, and she might have to whatever to
Yeah.
And then when she says it, they cut to Juliet, and she looks not happy about that statement. So
yeah, I guess that's actually that look sort of made me think, like, how did you know that? That's what I got from that look.
I got from that look that, don't remind me of, I don't feel good about what I've done. Please don't rub it in my face.
That's a very, she's a very good actress. One look can make you think many things.
She is very good. I agree.
No, I do seriously mean she's good. I actually, this episode actually made me like her a lot more actually. Getting to see the contrast between the Juliet we know on the island and the past Juliet, because you know she came off as this really strong-willed, like take no prisoners type person, and I guess she sort of is that person now. But but back then, man, she was sort of normal and fragile, and
probably very fragile.
Yeah.
Very mousy, sort of.
Mousy is a perfect term for her. She's mousy, and a mousy blonde.
Yeah, she, I'm assuming that whatever's happened in the intervening years has turned her into the Juliet we know now.
The 3 years, 2 months, and 28 days or whatever?
Yes.
And I did want to mention, a little while ago you just said that you think her divorce from her husband was, she's not that upset about it anymore, but she did cry when her husband died. Her ex-husband died. So that does seem like she's still. I mean, obviously, she's not going to hate him, just because they're divorced. But I don't know. Maybe that means the divorce wasn't that long ago or something. Especially since the ex was with that younger girl, and that seemed to be a big deal about that. And
yeah. Well, I mean. Yeah, I don't think she had moved on to the extent that situation didn't bother her somewhat. I thought she was crying because of the circumstances. He got hit by a bus right in front of her, and she had just said he could get hit by a bus. Like I thought it was.
What? I don't even recall her saying that.
You're doing the line. Oh yeah.
I'm doing the line. What?
Sorry.
I don't even recall
like,
you
man,
saying
you need
that.
to watch it again. That's a key thing.
No, that was a very funny line, which we'll talk about soon.
Did you? I don't even.
Did you say that? I don't. You know what? I was busy. I don't even know what I was doing. I think my cell phone was ringing. And I had a lot on my plate.
Oh God, yeah, we'll get there. But
okay.
But I got the sense it was those like if he had died of natural causes or something, I feel like it wouldn't have been the same sort of shattering experience. She might have still cried, but I thought it was more intense because of the situation.
Well, I'm by that. I thought it was interesting that she was the one who went to identify the body.
I thought that was kind of odd. But,
I mean, maybe because she was sort of there at the scene, too, maybe, and she...
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why that really... Because usually you just bring in a family member or something.
Well, and maybe, maybe in whatever medical whatever, she's still listed as his, contact or next of kin or whatever.
Could be.
So
That's
anyway,
a safe bet, actually.
let's move on to the next scene because we spent 20 or 30 minutes on this first scene.
Well, we struck out a bit on other scenes.
Yeah, but that's what we do at the Lost Lowdown. We talk about everything until you don't want to hear about Lost anymore. That's our goal.
Luckily, every scene doesn't bring up this much.
No, it won't. And a lot of this is because we haven't podcasted in a while.
Yeah.
And anyway, so the next scene, we flash forward or whatever, or we have the present scene of Jack in the surgery room, picking up from where I do left off, and Jack telling Kate to run and leave. Kate, damn it, run! and we see Kate and Sawyer escaping. Blah 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 blah. And then Juliet tells the other little nurse guy, or whatever he was, a surgical assistant, I don't know, and
orderly.
I don't know, to go get Kate and Sawyer, and if he has to, kill them because she knows that Jack won't let Ben just die. And I'm like, oh really? Do you really know that, Juliet? I really, like I said in previous podcasts, I really hate that idea that the others just know these people so well and they know exactly what they're going to do. And you know what? Sun proved them wrong. Sun shot old crazy. What's her name?
Colleen.
Colleen. Yeah, crazy Colleen.
Sun did prove them wrong.
Although
I have to give an assist to the engine for starting up.
I will definitely give the assist to the engine and the gun for actually killing her.
That too. But I wonder if the engine hadn't started up, if she would have done that.
You know what? Sun is a glass ballerina. And she's hard as ice, and she can pivot very well.
Not glass, though. Ice. Hard as ice.
What?
Nothing.
What did I say?
You said hard as ice.
Well, I said she's glass, which is hard as ice, but not really.
Oh, okay.
That I was trying to take the expression the other direction.
I see. Sorry.
Anyway, we'll edit that out.
No, we won't.
So anyway, I just don't like when they're like, "Oh, you really won't." And I guess she was right because Jack, sort of did eventually, although they did strike a deal, but he did bend back up. But what do you think? I mean, I think he would have let him die. At least that's what I want to believe, that after all this shit, after everything that's happened, like, if they really weren't going to let Kate and Sawyer escape, and if they actually killed them, then I think Jack would have let Ben die.
I don't think so. I actually agree with Juliet. I don't see Jack letting Ben die. I don't think he has it in him.
Wow. Then he needs some balls.
I think it's too fundamental to his. Colleen was saying, "Oh, son, you're not a killer," but this is a different situation because it's Jack's occupation and it has this very strong ethical underpinning, and I think it's such an extreme violation for him to intentionally kill someone in surgery that I don't think he could really do it. I think he could leave it to the last second and then say, okay, well, it didn't work.
So even if they kill Kate, I mean, Sawyer, whatever in terms of Jack, but
that line did appear in this episode, though. The take Sawyer and all that.
Yeah.
The
much talked about line.
Yeah.
What about Sawyer? But no, I mean, I just can't believe it if they actually killed Kate, that he would still just sew up Ben and just be willing to be captured and held in that cage for who knows how long. That's just, the motivation behind that is just so strange to me, that after all that time and all he's been through, and they kill Kate, he's just gonna go do it.
I think it's a situation, if he had a gun or something, I could see him shooting Ben. Doing a surgery, I can't see him doing that. It just doesn't.
Well, he already cut the sack, which I think, sort of bent his ethics in the first place.
Yeah.
And then, I could see him just standing back and not. I mean, I guess that's the hard part, is standing back and not.
That's the hard part. I think that's what's gonna, if he could kill him and boom, it's done. I think before he had time to feel bad about it, I think he could go through with it. But I think in this situation, he wouldn't be able to.
Although I do want to say that if they did kill Kate, and he, like you said, went ahead and sewed up Ben anyway, if things happened the same, he would have, made that mistake, and without hearing that story from Kate, probably wouldn't have been able to fix it. So Ben would have died anyway.
Yeah, that's true. The story did help. So yeah. But he made that mistake. God, it was a long chain of events that led to that mistake. I got the sense he messed up because he was talking to Tom, and if things had gone as they were originally, Tom wouldn't have been in there at all, and it was. But you're right. Who knows? But
I know.
But I guess I sort of agree with Juliet on a fundamental level. that he wouldn't have intentionally. I mean, he may have accidentally killed him. That happens.
Yeah.
But I don't see him just standing back.
Man, I wish they would just kill Ben. I'm tired of him. Tired of his lies. No, I mean, obviously they're gearing up to sort of reveal who's really in charge and the people above Ben and stuff like that. But which is fine. But I am sort of getting tired of Ben. I think he's a good character, but I think he really only has one note. You know what I mean? He's like Charlie. I don't know. He just has this one note, and after a while, it's like, okay, I know, I get your character. I know what you're gonna do. I know what you're all about. And I mean, obviously, we don't know his backstory, but I mean, I sort of get his character to the point where it just sort of bores me to see him sometimes. But so I'm hoping that they get rid of him soon, or sort of put the focus on who's ever above him.
See, no, I don't think. I think he has to live because I think the Ben that we're seeing has an explanation, and I think he has to get a backstory before they're going to kill him. So I don't see them killing him. If they kill him at all, I don't think it's going to be until maybe the finale.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any way they're letting that go.
See, I don't see, I don't think we have to have a backstory from. I think it makes sense to get a backstory, but I can see them not giving a backstory. It just depends on where they're going. Depends on what they're trying to tell, and if I think there's other ways to figure out Ben's backstory and he can still be dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there are, but I don't think they want to kill him. I don't think they.
Yeah, I don't think they do either. No, they love him.
So, and he was great in season 2.
Yeah.
And I really liked him at the beginning of season 3. But I know what you mean. He is kind of a one-note character. I guess for me it's sort of like, in any movie where you have this enigmatic villain who, seems to be controlling all sorts of things and whatever, they usually don't have a lot of scenes. It adds to their mystery that they only show up, a few times. And it makes them seem, I don't know, more important. Like, the longer they hang around, the more boring they get. Mm-hmm, and I think that's what's happening to him. Like, he's hung around for so long that his mystique is gone.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that makes him sort of less, But I think to me, a flashback for him would be very interesting because I think we finally get to see him sort of where he's coming from.
Mommy, I'm going to go play in the bear cave.
Oh, God. Wow. There's a reference.
Yeah. Okay, Ben. I got to take my toy with me.
Oh, God.
So, all right. The next scene, we see Julia.
And I actually want to talk about that. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. You want to talk about what?
But I want to talk about Ben in terms of how he relates to what we find out in this episode later.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Because I think there's some questions there. So anyway, go ahead.
There's also some questions in this next scene.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. One more thing. I wasn't even looking at my notes. If you have to kill them, that line...
Mm-hmm.
Now, she says, "Oh, you won't let Ben die." But it's a weird situation because, first of all, she wanted him to kill Ben.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a little weird to begin with. Second of all, she didn't need to say that.
The kill him if you have to. Yeah, she did need to say that.
She could have easily said, "Get him back."
Yeah.
She could even say, "Don't kill him unless you have to." If you phrase it a little bit, the way she phrases it makes it sound stronger.
Well, yeah. Are you saying, because I sort of think from that, she's basically trying to set it up to where Jack will kill Ben? Because it's basically, she's saying, kill him if you have to, because, if they kill Kate and Sawyer, that's going to add to Jack wanting to let Ben die. And then if she's telling Jack, oh, I know you're not going to do it, then that's sort of also making him sort of want to do it.
Right.
So it seems like she's sort of stacking the cards in her favor in terms of wanting Ben to die. Maybe that's what that whole line's about.
Okay. All right. Now it made no sense to me. All right. If you put it that way, then the idea is when she talks to Ben and he says, "You can go home," blah blah blah. Then she says, "Okay, fine. Ben will live. I'll go help. Kate Sawyer, and then Jack can do the surgery, and never mind all that other nonsense."
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes
All right.
sense.
Yeah, it does.
That's a good point, though. That line is very... I mean, the Lost writers are very picky, I think, in terms of how they phrase things. There's a couple other phrases in here that I picked out because they're very specific, as we'll talk about more.
Yeah, I guess the point was it's phrased positively. If you have to, kill them, as opposed to don't kill them unless you have to, where the emphasis is don't kill them.
Yeah.
It makes it a stronger, more emphasis on killing them than not. So anyway.
Exactly. The next scene, we find Juliet stealing the fertility drugs, and then she sort of hides when She's walking down walking to go steal the drugs, and she gets a call confirming the appointment with the one Dr. Alpert.
Right.
And then she goes into the lab, and then she sort of hides when her ex, Edmund Burke, comes in. And
she should have turned her cell phone off.
Let's talk about that. But I wanted to mention that, in the days before cell phones, this scene would have played a lot differently.
Yeah, I know.
And it's really interesting just to think of how, not only our lives have changed, but, how stories have changed now that we have cell phones. Because, 20 years ago, Juliet would have potentially just hid there, and then the couple would have left, and then she wouldn't have been found out. But now that she has a cell phone, it rang, and...
yeah, it's just a loud, "Hello, I'm here."
Yeah, and you know what? I just want to say, she's really bad at being stealthy, man. She's like, "Oh shit, my cell phone went off," and then she slowly tries to crawl away, and it's like, no, that wasn't gonna work. And then her story was silly, "Oh, yeah, I forgot. I miswrote some lab results, blah, blah, blah. That's why I'm in here at night working in the dark."
her story was bad.
She should have said, "I left my cell phone here. I just came to get it."
Yeah.
Duh, does that not make sense? And then it would explain, why her cell phone was there. It would have, taken the emphasis off, anyway.
It was a bad story.
The other thing I thought was pretty funny when, her cell phone goes off and she starts crawling away, and then he turns and looks around the little table and sees her, and he goes, "Hello, Juliet," but he doesn't see her face. He only sees her butt crawling away. So I just thought it was funny that he could tell it's her just from looking at her backside. He's just like, "Oh, I know that caboose anywhere. Hello, Juliet." That fanny's unmistakable.
The signature Juliet ass.
Yeah, I just thought that was weird. I don't think the writers meant it to come off that way, but that's how it came off. It's that couldn't be anybody else.
Almost like he's talking to it. "Hello, Juliet."
Exactly. Why, Edmund, nice to see you again. All right. Did you have anything else on this little scene?
It was ridiculous. I mean, in that situation, I don't know what I'm gonna do. You're just so caught, you know. And I've been in those situations before where you don't know what to do, how to. It seems like there's pretty much no way to not make yourself look ridiculous.
Yeah.
So
unless you say you left your cell phone there and you just,
It's still weird. She's kneeling down there and the lights are off. It's still a little weird.
She could just say she dropped it under the table, and that's why she was kneeling to get it. I mean, I've seen stuff like that where people were under a desk or something, and then the guy comes in whose office it is, and they pop up and go, "Oh, I just dropped my whatever," and I just, they sort of play it off. She didn't play it off very well.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh, you caught me. I'm just stealing samples. I mean, Yeah, no, she was bad. All right, you want to go to the next scene?
Yes.
Okay, so we cut back to the surgery room with Ben and the whole gang, and Juliet tells Jack that, you didn't think this through. We're not on your island. We're on a smaller island 2 miles offshore. And it was weird because, I get, as a writer of sorts, I get hung up on what they say and how they say it. And she says, you didn't think this through. And I'm like, well, he did think it through. He just didn't have all the information.
Yeah.
But, so, okay. Then Jack, lets out Juliet's big secret that she wanted Ben dead. And then Tom sends Juliet, tells her to leave. And she's like, don't let him fool you. He'll never let a patient just die. And I'm like, just die? It's a weird line. He'll never let a patient just die. Like, how's that different than he'll never let a patient die?
Oh, I don't know. I guess the emphasis is on he'll never let them just die without doing anything else.
Mm. That makes sense. Okay. And I didn't have any big things about this episode, about this scene, so... You got anything?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting and probably will have some sort of ramification in the future that Jack decides to out Juliet's plan.
Yeah.
And obviously Ben overhears this, so that's going to be some sort of problem to come. But and I was wondering if he was gonna go for that. But I guess if Ben's holding her there, maybe he'll just sort of understand. I don't know.
Well, I don't know, and that's a question I want to talk about, is when did Ben actually regain consciousness? Because I don't know if he overheard the plot about Juliet in this scene, or if he overheard it, when Tom asked him again, did Juliet really want Ben dead? I think we're supposed to believe that's when Ben overheard it.
Yeah. You're right.
But anyway.
But the point is he knows.
The point is he knows.
That's what yeah.
So the next scene, we get Kate and Sawyer escaping, and they figure out they need a boat, and Kate goes, there's got to be a boat. How else do they get back and forth? And I guess our answer is they have a submarine or something. At least that's what a lot of people think.
Yeah.
And
well, they have the line about the sub. It's pretty much undeniable.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that line. And then Kate radios Jack for help and blah blah blah, and then that's when Pickett and the gang start shooting. And I love how they shoot the the radio right out of her hand, and I'm like, man, that's some sharp shooting skills right there.
I know, no entry to her hand,
and the bullet didn't even go in her hand, man. No. Like, that was awesome.
Just enough to destroy the walkie-talkie, and no other damage.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I'm like, man, who's ever doing that? They should be winning sharpshooting prizes somewhere. I don't know.
I wonder if that was Pickett. Maybe it was Pickett.
No, I don't know. I sort of assumed it was Pickett, but I don't know what we're supposed to believe.
Yeah.
There was a guy with a rifle, though. Maybe it was supposed to be the rifle guy.
Oh, okay, maybe.
And then the next scene is they're still running, and Kate falls down, and I'm thinking, she's such a mole. She's just trying to slow Sawyer down.
Oh, God. Kate is so not a mole.
Oh, man, one day when she turns out to be a mole, you're going to be so wrong. And so, you know what? They can so easily make Kate a mole, because they're going to have a scene, like, they could totally have a scene where she's like, she tells Sawyer, like, yeah, I'm a mole, blah, 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 and Sawyer goes, out of everything that we've been through the last however many days and months and blah, 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 and how could you be a mole? And she goes, it was all part of the plan. And then that's it. That's all they need is one throwaway line. That's all they need.
Oh, God. All part of the plan, huh?
All part of the plan.
God. Yeah, no fucking way.
Do you really think I could love you, James?
I know what you did.
I know what you did. I know who you really are. All right. Enough of Lost Theater.
I want to go on record with something.
Uh-oh.
I refuse to believe that anyone who was on the plane is a mole.
I agree.
That's just, yeah.
Except for Kate.
Except for Kate.
No. I don't think she's a mole, but I just thought it was funny how she sort of fell down and, because, a lot of times, in dire situations, Kate's the one who fucks everything up.
Yeah. Although, I gotta give her credit, she was pretty proactive in this episode.
Oh, no, she was pretty proactive. Blow his kneecap off!
Yeah.
Okay, yikes.
Just give me it!
Just get it.
I'll do it. Enough with the conscience.
Yeah. Okay, anyway. So
she hits him with the rifle, and it was her idea to do the whole thing they did, and,
That's why she's a mole.
That's why she's a mole, because she knew it would work, because they worked it out ahead of time.
Exactly.
And, oh, boy, here we go.
See, she knew that Aldo didn't even have a kneecap, so... She knew.
Aldo didn't have a kneecap.
No, because she was aiming at his right leg, and she knows he's missing a kneecap on the right leg, so...
That's a really unique thing to be missing. He's just got like a I
don't know. I don't want to think about what's there.
A calf that just sort of dangles there.
I don't know.
Just kind of a flappy little thing.
It's part of the island mystery on how his two parts of his leg stay together.
Okay. Anyway.
Okay. So.
Oh right.
Alex comes to the rescue again with her slingshot.
Just when you think, Sawyer's bullets run out of gun. Shit. Sawyer's gun runs out of bullets, and
what are they gonna do? Yeah.
They're done for, and then the Deus Ex Alex comes in with her little slingshot.
I took the liberty to look up what the word Alex means, and guess what it means?
I have no idea.
It means protector of mankind. It means man's defender or warrior. Really? So it's very fitting that her name is Alex. I thought that was I was like, let me look up, because I was like, why is her name Alex? What is there any significance behind that? And look, she fucking protects them the whole time.
She does. Just for a little something in return.
And since we're talking about names, Edmund means something sort of interesting. It means, as soon as I find where I wrote it... Ooh, where'd it go? Oh, the name Edmund means guardian of prosperity or riches. So,
really?
He's seemingly the guardian in terms of... not that he's protecting the riches or prosperity, which I would interpret as the fertility drugs, but he is, he's sort of like the threshold guardian. He's the person you got to get past to get what you want.
Yeah.
So that name's kind of fitting too.
It is very good.
And he got past her very quickly, very easily with the bus. So okay, Alex comes to the rescue, blah blah blah, and they hide in the little bunker thing that she built. Which, how did she build that and nobody knew, man?
What is she doing that she's building this, it's completely ridiculous. And, is that boat supposed to be hers, too?
I guess she built the boat, man.
Does she just, build shit in her spare time and just walk around and it's just oh, Alex.
Yeah, Alex, look at you building a boat. Oh, that's so sweet.
And, it didn't even look very good. They could see Pickett really clearly through a hole. Like from the top, it looked good. But when they were in there, I'm like, man, how do they not see that? It was just, a couple of leaves around these obvious, poles.
Well, I think when you're in it, you're sort of under the leaves and you're in shadow. So I don't think Pickett would have really seen it. My big concern was if Pickett walks on top of that thing, his foot's gonna go through the hole and he's gonna know something's up.
Yeah, that would not withstand walking at all. I mean, to me, it just seemed like if you looked at it for a second, it would be clear it wasn't normal ground.
Yeah, it was a little strange. I think they sort of tailored that the sort of leaves and stuff on top for that shot when they're looking out. Because I remember when they closed it, it looked pretty good when we had the sort of top view of it.
Yeah, exactly.
It looked pretty good, but I think when they have that reverse shot of them looking out, I think they had to make it more, move it a little bit so we could get the good shot of Pickett.
Yeah. little suspense. You're
Little,
right.
yeah. So we flash back to the room, the surgery room.
Yeah. Let me just dwell on this for just a second longer.
Okay.
When do you think Alex did that? When do you think she...
Well, good question. You know, the strange thing is, I think Alex, I would have to say in general, she did it when, during her adventure to try to rescue Carl. I think, you know, my question is, like, how long, I mean, it seems like it would take a long time to dig a hole that was, you know, it looked at least like 6 feet deep or something like that. Maybe like 4 feet deep or something.
Yeah.
Because they were kind of crouching. But like, 4 feet by like what? 4 by 4 or 4 by 5 or something like that. And that was a pretty big hole. And then you have to fashion the bamboo and tie the leaf. I mean, that was a big job.
Yeah.
And the idea that they just happened to be sort of in the right area, sort of, relatively close by, because they sort of ran right to it. I don't know. It's all very contrived. I would have to say, though, that the only reason to build that is, to sort of obviously hide. And she would only really need to hide when she's sort of on her adventures to save Carl. So I think she built the boat and that little hidden bunker thing. I would have to say however long Carl's been gone,
The other weird thing is, maybe I should save it for when we get to the Carl scene.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder when did Carl end up over there? I got the impression they were only there because of Jack Kane Sawyer. They decided to take them there. But there's also this Carl business. When did that happen before? I mean, Carl was there, I guess, when Sawyer was put in the cage originally. So I guess he was already there, but I don't know. I wonder what the timeline is. Why would they take him there? Was it just like, we're going to be here anyway, we'll bring him over, or do they really bring?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because it's like, well, like if they obviously plan to kidnap, Jack Sawyer and Kate, and they, in planning they would have to have thought, where were they going to put them, and why put Sawyer in a cage next to Carl? It seems like if they knew they were going to put Sawyer in that cage, why would they leave Carl there? And then then we have that strange line from Alex that someone wasn't even supposed to be in the cage. Either, either Kate wasn't supposed to be in the cage or Carl wasn't supposed to be in the cage.
Yeah.
But I sort of want to believe that that Carl got put in that cage right before or sort of during the whole kidnapping of Kate and Jack and Sawyer. Because obviously, whatever Carl did, they're trying to. It seems like we'll talk about that more. But it seems like they're trying to fix him.
Yeah.
And I think it was pretty recent that Carl got taken. I would even say the day before or the day of or something. But it's like you think they could have had other places they could have locked Carl up at than that cage.
That's the thing. It seemed odd to sort of mix up these problems. Obviously the Carl thing is an inside problem,
mm-hmm.
and the Jack Kane Sawyer thing is an outside problem.
Yeah, and you don't want like Carl talking to Sawyer.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Especially if he's against the others and he's going to tell them stuff. And I guess what we're supposed to believe is that they sort of put Carl in the cage to maybe teach him a lesson or to whatever. To make him do a little time because of whatever he did, and since he tried to escape, that's when they escalated it to the brainwashing. They were like, okay, well he's not gonna whatever. We're gonna have to take proactive measures here or something.
Okay.
But yeah, the Alex building that bunker thing, I thought was. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of things on the show, it might come down to they wanted to write it in and don't think about it that much.
Yeah. And I sort of wanted to believe that she didn't build it herself, that she just sort of knew it was there, maybe somebody else built it, but she takes credit for it when Sawyer questions her about it, so.
She does, but then with her line, it almost seems like maybe she had help, or I don't know.
Oh, she did say, yeah, this and basket weaving. Because, I mean, obviously she's not taking basket weaving, so maybe she's like, obviously I didn't build this.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could take that line to be like, yeah, I did this hole, and then I built a ark, and then I...
Yeah, and I made some baskets. You want one?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It almost makes it seem like, no, I didn't build it. Or maybe it could be, yeah, I built it. Shut up.
So, according to your New Year's resolution, which one are you going to decide to believe?
I'm going to go with she built it.
Okay. Alrighty. So the next scene, we go back to the surgery room, and Tom asked Jack if Juliet really wanted him dead, and blah blah blah. Ben wakes up. Who knew?
Who knew?
And I do want to take credit for knowing because I knew. That's one of the things.
You didn't just say who knew for no reason?
No, I didn't. I knew because that's one of the things I thought was going to happen. I guess I said that in the last podcast for I Do.
And you might have heard me saying, no way that's ever going to happen.
Yeah, someone didn't want to believe me, and I'm not right that often, but when I am, especially about something so absurd, I need to take credit. So
yeah, that's the thing. If you said, Claire's going to whine about the baby, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah.
To gloat about it, but in this case, yeah, you get some credit, definitely.
Yeah, and I think I didn't go back and listen, but I think I specifically said that, like, Ben was going to wake up and having just overheard that Juliet wanted him dead, so...
Yeah.
It's very specific.
From a writing perspective, it makes sense, I think.
Yeah.
To do that.
It definitely does, which is why I thought that. Because it's like, how else are they going to sort of solve this situation? They need to get Ben into the mix, so...
It also gave me the impression that, Ben is unaffected by such silly things as general anesthesia. He'll be slightly groggy, but he's pretty much the same Ben as he is without the anesthesia.
Yeah, I just think I'll go with what they claim that I'm a surgeon, not an anesthesiologist, which doesn't mean a lot, but I like the line. Sorry, I'm losing my point.
I think they threw that in there because they wanted to address, well, why did he wake up? What's going on?
Well, I just think, I think, like I said before, that, that obviously since he's not in pain, I just think, like, if he's awake, he's not under general anesthesia. Like, I mean, I'm not an anesthesiologist either, so... But it's like, if you're under anesthesia, you're under anesthesia, and if you're not feeling pain, then like you should be under it and you shouldn't be conscious, especially since like his organs are exposed on the table. So my point was, I thought that Jack would have just sort of given him local. I mean, maybe he has both. Maybe he screwed up on the general, and then gave him some local anesthesia on in the operating field, and that's why he's not feeling any pain, but he's awake because Jack didn't give him enough general or something. So
yeah, I think it might be possible to wake up during general anesthesia and not, you're still under anesthesia. You're just conscious, but you're still, your pain is being suppressed throughout your body.
But it seems like you would still feel pain, though. I mean, it might not be as much, but it seems like you would still feel pain, right? I mean, I don't know. It's just speculation.
Well, he asks him, so I guess, the possibility's there. But I'm thinking, I think occasionally it happens. People are under anesthesia, and they wake up for some period of time. It's actually happened to me before. Mm-hmm. And you don't really feel anything. When it happened to me, I was extremely out of it, much more than he is. But I think it's possible, at least, that he wouldn't feel pain and be conscious under general anesthesia.
But then if you don't get more of the anesthesia, you're going to just increasingly get back to normal, right?
Yeah.
So it seems like at some point he's going to have to give him something, or else he's going to start crying.
At some point, yeah. I mean, when he wakes up, it's probably going to hurt like a bitch.
Yeah. Anyway, Ben says, he wakes up and he says, "Will someone please get me Juliet?" Oh, it's a really weird line. And then he goes, and then he just wants to talk to her. Come on, Jack, one gentleman to another. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? One gentleman to another? How dare you say that, sir? How dare you? Thought that was weird.
It is a really ridiculous thing to say. I don't know.
It's like, come on, Jack, come on. As one man who's never hurt or imprisoned anyone who fell on this island from a plane crash who happened to be a spinal surgeon to another. It's like, okay, wait. One doesn't apply to one of us.
One man who's in charge of a secretive group that lives on a remote island that kidnapped a bunch of kids from a group of people who crashed on the island and then decided to go infiltrate their group and take somebody else's name of a guy who died for a reason that we don't understand. And then he ended up blah, blah, blah to another.
Yeah, to another, and it's like, that doesn't apply to both of us, buddy.
Hold on, man. Wait a second. I don't think I did a few of those.
Yeah. Jack's like, what?
Okay. That's. I don't know what. That was a weird line.
And I guess it's supposed to say, even through all of this, like, he still has this warped view of his own ethics.
He does, and I want to address that in light of the scene with Carl.
Okay.
I feel like it's relevant somehow. So anyway,
and I want to mention, I guess it's the next scene, the next couple. Okay. The next scene, blah blah blah. Juliet's in the lab, and she gets the young Miss Thing comes and tells them that Edmund wants to see her. And I love when she's like, do you work here? Like, why are you walking around talking to me? Do you work here? And she's like, oh, I'm a research assistant. Of course you are.
Yeah.
Of course you are.
Oh, Edmund wants to see me, does he? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Who are you again?
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. And next scene is Edmund's office, and he, basically wants in on the experiment and the test that she's doing on her sister. And I really like that line when he says, "Let me find it."
Okay.
He goes, blah blah blah. If you collaborate with me, then this will be viewed as cutting edge science. And I like. I mean, I don't know what other word he would have used, but I like the word collaborate because, a lot of times that's a pejorative word, and like, any sort of like war situation or anything like that, being a collaborator is bad. So I just liked when he said, if you collaborate with me, because it's like, sort of working with the opposing forces,
Oh, that's interesting. I never would have interpreted that word that way because, in the academic world, it's always used in that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, and I get that, and that's why I was like, I don't know what other word he would have used because that's really what it is in terms of their science.
And that's what people say.
Yeah, exactly. But in this situation, it just seems like the devil saying, "Hey, come work with me." Yeah. And it's like she would be a collaborator because she's working.
You're right. I mean, he's saying, "Look, what you're doing is unethical, but if you give me a little credit for it, we can let that slide."
Exactly.
So it's like, well, where are you standing from your judgmental perspective if you're willing to let it slide if you get some credit?
It's like, it's like ethics is based on reputation. It's like, okay, if you do it, it's bad, but if I do it based on my reputation, it's good.
Right.
It's like, okay, that's weird.
Yeah, it is. And
it seemed actually like plausible that kind of thing happens in the sort of science world.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Blah 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 blah.
Hopefully not that often, but
yeah, hopefully not.
But yeah, I mean, he's. I mean, they already sort of established him as kind of a sleazy character who sleeps with people and lets them be his assistants. And,
well, what else do you do?
That's bad form in science, I have to say.
Oh, nice. Well, maybe she was the assistant before.
It's still bad form.
All right.
If they're your assistant and then you sleep with them, that's bad. And if you sleep with them and then they're your assistant, that's bad.
All right, I need to make a phone call and fire my assistant.
It's
And I'll use that reason. It's bad farm, old chap. Okay, the next scene is Juliet pacing outside of the hatch, or I don't know what that is. The what's the name of that place? The what's the logo of that? It's been a while. Hydra, thank you. Ooh, I'm rusty on my lost terminology.
Come on, man, get with it.
I know, I'm trying.
The Hydra, there are 6 stations.
Boo. Okay. So, anyway, she's pacing outside. She's like, oh, no, what am I going to do? And she's doing the 1/4 pucker and everything.
Oh, no, what do I do?
Oh, no, what do I do? And, you know, then Tom comes out and says, hey, Ben's awake. What? And this is the Lost Theater. And, you know, then we get that nice throwaway line. Shepard says he's a surgeon, not an anesthesiologist. And I just want to hand it to, you know, I don't know who gets credit for this. I don't know who first wrote it, but I know it's, you know, coined in the Star Trek world in the original series with Bones, the doctor, always saying, you know, I'm a doctor, not a lap dancer, or I'm a doctor, not a, you know, whatever. And it's a great phrase.
Not a mechanic, not a...
Yeah, it's a great phrase that can be used in, like, any situation, you know.
Yeah.
And so they're sort of nodding to that, I think.
Although in this case, it's he's saying, I'm a this kind of doctor, not a that kind of doctor.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a little more narrow in scope.
But yeah, that's I'd be willing to bet that might be a reference.
I mean, it's a reference. It may not be a conscious reference, but it's like, you know. I mean, that's like if he, you know, if Ben said E2 Juliet or Et tu Juliet, you know, like, come on, it's a reference.
Yeah. That's a little too, yeah.
Okay, anyway, let's go on to Kate, Alex, and Sawyer continuing to escape, and they, you know, basically, Sawyer calls Alex. He's like, hey, you're in the right place at the right time, and you're just going to let us escape, huh? And she's like, oh, well, yeah, I need you to help me rescue Carl. And so they go and do that, but not before we cut back to the...
Right, this is a short little scene.
Yeah, I forgot that scene was really short. We cut back to the surgery room, and Ben wants to talk to Juliet alone, and then he says, it won't hurt you to give us 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Which I didn't know what to do with that, except to note that that was the title of that episode in season 2.
Yeah, Michael's flashback episode where they gave Michael 3 minutes with Walt, but he didn't get 3 minutes because...
Yeah, because Walt started talking. And
Walt started talking about, they're blah, 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 they're not who they say they are. And
boo!
blah,
yeah,
blah, blah.
what is... Do you think that's a thing? Like 3 minutes? Like in 3 minutes, that's all you need for a conversation? Is that some philosophical, like, thing?
Maybe. Like, any important conversation can occur in 3 minutes.
Yeah, and if you can't do it in 3 minutes, like, it's not worth doing or something? Like,
yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, I thought that was weird.
Yeah, I take that as being some sort of thing. Whether it really matters or not, I don't know, but I feel like that's conscious.
Yeah. And then he says, you know, he only has 27 minutes left, so, you know, you can give me 3 minutes. Now, here's a question that I know people on the internet have been talking about. How does Ben know exactly how many minutes he has left? He claims he's only been, awake the last couple minutes, and in the last couple minutes is not when Jack said Ben has an hour to live. So how does he know he has 27 minutes left? You know, that's really strange.
Well, he says that he's been able to hear for a few minutes, and earlier in the episode, Jack did make a reference to how much time. He said something like, in 40 minutes, you're gonna find out, or something along those lines, making reference to what his
Oh, I forgot. Right before Ben wakes up, or right before he says something, he says, yeah, because Tom says, what you said, did Juliet really ask you to kill him? And Jack says, yeah, in about 40 minutes she's going to get her wish. So basically, 13 minutes later is when... So it took him 13 minutes to get Juliet? I don't buy that. I don't buy that whatsoever. What is that
It's a
about?
long walk.
What is that about? 13 minutes to go get her from outside? Then that means by the time he gets back with her, it's going to be another 13 minutes. So he doesn't have much time.
Oh, yeah. I thought that at the time. I thought, man, what happened all that time? But I don't know. Who knows?
That's really, really strange.
I also thought it was weird that he said 27 minutes. What's 3 more? Because 27 plus 3 is 30, and it would seem like, I don't know. It bothered my mind. Give me 3 minutes. I have 27 left, and then after that, I'll have 23 or 24, as opposed to saying I have 30 minutes and give me 3 more.
And I have 27. Yeah, I thought the same, because when he said 27 left, I thought he was saying mine with the 3 or something, and that he really meant 30, and it was sort of strange, but no, he really meant...
that's why it seemed kind of clumsy or something. Yeah.
Well, people have said, people have attributed Ben as to having this very supernatural ability to tell time. Now, time is something that this episode is apparently big on. I want to talk about that later. And the writers have been quoted as saying that time is important in terms of the island, and that time is different on the island, and I think that actually lends itself to some of the things that's going on the island, and particularly in this episode. So we'll talk about that. So maybe the fact that Ben, if he does have this uncanny knowledge of time, or at least the passage of time, that it has something to do with what's going on the island in general. So we should talk about that once we get to the, I don't know, some point we'll talk about that.
Okay.
The whole time thing. What else in this scene? So anyway, Ben and Juliet talk, and we don't know what they're saying. Did you find anyone online who sort of like read their lips to see what they literally said?
No. Yeah. I mean, I found people trying to do it. But and a few people got a word or two.
Yeah.
But I didn't find anywhere where they had, where they were able to do everything.
What were the words? Anything important?
No, they pretty much matched up with what Juliet says he said.
Okay.
Like something like help them out or something. Okay, something like that.
I see.
Yeah, I don't remember everything, but there was something to the effect of, help Kate and Sawyer.
Well, what I thought was interesting about their conversation was sort of Juliet's reaction. Like, presumably, I sort of thought the beginning of the conversation was, Ben saying something about, he's disappointed or he's upset that she wanted him dead or whatever, blah, 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 and that maybe he's like, that's all behind us, whatever, right now is what's important, and you need to help. You go help them, and Ben and Jack will help me, blah, 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 but... And then he's, and then maybe she said something like, well, why should I do that? Then he's like, I'll let you off the island. And just her reaction just seemed a little weird because she sort of seemed like she was crying or got really upset about the conversation. But it's like, I don't see why she would be upset. It's like good news, right?
Yeah, I think it might be one of those things where something good happens after an extremely long period of misery, and you sort of cry about it, even though it's sort of good news.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Now, here's my question, though. Can she really trust Ben?
That's, no. Of course not. Can you trust Ben?
Yeah, I know. That's
God,
like,
what kind of fucking question is that?
yeah.
No one, no. You can't trust anything he says. Absolutely not. It's so
Now
ridiculous.
the question is, why does she decide to trust him?
I don't know.
Or does she really even trust him? Maybe she's like, you know what, the jig is up. Like, I'll just go help them because that's the right thing to do. But I know he's not going to let me off the island.
Maybe she Tom knows. Maybe she thinks that at this point, she can't kill him. At least she doesn't think now. At this point, she can't kill him without people sort of knowing.
Yeah.
What's up, and so she thinks, well, if I can't kill him, I better let him live. And what am I going to do? I guess I'll do what he wants.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be the best thing. And he says he's going to let me go, and I don't really believe him. But oh well, I'll just
She doesn't have a lot. She really doesn't have a lot of options at this point.
Yeah, hope for the best.
Pray for the worst.
Yeah.
But not really. So anyway, while they're talking, I thought it was really funny and cool how Tom introduces himself to Jack.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, after all this time, and I think we talked about this before off podcast of how, sometimes, when you watch the show so much, the audience knows things that the characters don't know, and you sort of just assume the characters know. I just sort of assumed Jack knew who Tom was, but it's like Jack really never knew his name, so it was really interesting. It's an interesting detail that that they decide to have him tell Jack his name.
I mean, I actually thought he would say, yeah, I know. I heard when Miss Clue called you that on the dock.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was when we all found out.
Yeah.
And he was there, but I could see him not remembering.
Or maybe this scene, because, they don't put anything in there. They don't write anything or or film any scenes that aren't sort of important, to a certain degree. So maybe they're setting up this sort of not friendship, but this idea of maybe Jack being taken into the fold, or some sympathies for Jack in terms of Tom and maybe the others in general.
Yeah, I have to. There's Tom and Ethan both are so perplexing to me because it's so hard for me to reconcile. Who he seems to be here in season 3 with some of the shit he did in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with Ethan. Like, Tom at the end of season 1, when he kidnaps Walt, is a scary, hardcore guy.
Yeah.
Who bombs their boat and,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting story. Look, one little problem. Yeah, gonna have to take the kid.
Oh, really? They did that, and you got stranded here? And oh, wow, isn't that sweet? But you know what? We gotta take your boy.
Oh, we're gonna help you. Yeah, we're gonna get you to sell. Oh, but well, okay, no.
I love that.
And then just boom, and then shooting Sawyer, and then throwing the thing, and then this guy who's just sort of
he's sort of bumbling.
Yeah, bumbling and kind of friendly seeming.
Mr. Friendly being friendly?
Yeah.
Look at that.
The way he acts with Jack in the operating room, like it was very friendly, I thought. He seemed very nice.
Yeah.
And I get the same thing with Ethan. It's hard for me to figure out where that other thing is coming from.
I feel like the difference is when they're being themselves. I think Tom is being himself in this scene and sort of pretty much this season. Who he sort of naturally is. But when he's on a mission, when he has some specific thing to do, he's got to go do it. He's got to be the bad guy or whatever. As opposed to Pickett, who's just an ass all the time.
Right.
Like,
Pickett doesn't need a mission.
Yeah, he doesn't need a mission to be mean and bitchy. He's just like that. So
you think it's the same story with Ethan? He's just an ass when he's on, a mission.
Yeah, when he because I think who's ever in charge, you don't want to let those people down.
Yeah.
If even Ben on his level, like you don't want to let Ben down, but even who's ever above Ben or whatever, whoever Jacob turns out to be, like you don't want to let those people down. So it's like, hey, if I gotta beat Jack up, I gotta beat Jack up. If I gotta kidnap Claire, I gotta kidnap Claire.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, it's not only that in terms of what their mission is, but you know, that's being backed up by whatever ideology they follow and their overall, you know, goal on the island. You know, so there's a lot that sort of drives them to be those sort of unfeeling people. But I think it's interesting to see that they're sort of just normal and plain most of the time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Ben is sort of creepy all the time.
Yeah.
Even in the other's village, he was creepy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, when there's nobody around for him to do an act for, and he's the same person.
Yeah, exactly. Guess I'm not invited to the book club.
Yeah. I want this, a 3-day, go! And, you know, nothing about, let's help him out or anything. And it just switching from that whole, you know, we're gonna take your kid, this is our island, and the only reason, and you know, and Charlie, I'll kill you last, and all that shit. It's just so weird that they have that in them. It doesn't, from their other scenes, it doesn't seem like they would have that in them.
Yeah.
You know, I don't get that impression. Like Ben, I'm not surprised. He seems like he has all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. It's either really good writing or really bad writing.
Okay.
It's like, you know, because the characters are sort of, you know, time and Ethan now between, you know, before are sort of wildly different, and that's either bad writing or good writing.
I think it's interesting to think about, so I'm going to call it good writing for now.
Yeah, no, I'll call it good writing because I like it.
Yeah.
If I didn't like it, I'd call it bad writing.
Pretty much. Okay.
So, blah, 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 blah.
Where are we?
Juliet is going to go help them escape, and Jack's going to finish the surgery. That's sort of where they leave it. We do another flashback to Juliet's meeting with Dr. Alpert from Middleos Bioscience.
Right.
Which was I like this scene. It was pretty interesting.
Indeed.
A whole presentation just for her. You think he would have like made a little packet or a pamphlet and gave it to her, but no, a whole PowerPoint presentation.
It's and wasn't it a real slideshow, or was it actually a computer thing?
Oh, you know what? I think it was. He had a clicker.
I thought I remember
in his
hearing
hand.
like a slide machine.
Maybe it was a slide machine.
Am I crazy? Let me see if it says here.
You're right. I think it may have been a slide machine. Yeah, this says changes slides, but
changing slides. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I remember hearing the sound.
Okay, well, I'll buy that. I didn't look at it, but it definitely seemed like a slide projector.
I thought that was odd. You know, in modern times
odd
to use a real slide projector. It's such a you know, antiquated thing.
Well, what do you think that means in terms of the fact? I'm looking at it now. It's not a slide projector. It's an LCD projector.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's not a slide projector.
Are you sure?
He's got a clicker thing, but it's just hooked up to his computer or whatever he's controlling that thing with.
It didn't make a noise?
No, I'm looking at it. It may have made a noise, but I'm looking at it. That is definitely not a slide projector.
Okay. All right.
Unless it's one from the future. It's a Middleos Bioscience slide projector. A company of Dharma. Part of the Dharma family brand.
That's what I was gonna, yeah. Remember the One World Alliance.
Exactly. Oh, God. Yeah, I tell you, man. American Airlines is the Dharma. One World Alliance, my ass.
I know, like, why have I never heard of anybody else being in the One World Alliance?
Exactly. Because it's One World Alliance. There's only one company. And they want it all.
Oh, God.
We'll give you extra leg room. You give us your mind.
Oh, God.
Sounds like a good deal to me. Because I fly a lot, but I don't think that often. So the American Airlines One World Alliance works for me. Okay, let's get back to Lost. Sorry.
Wow.
So anyway, he's doing the slideshow about the beauty and wonder that is Middle-earth, which I guess we'll go ahead and say now for those out there who are curious and don't know that one of the anagrams for Middle-earth is lost time.
Or time lost.
Or time lost.
Or time slot.
Or time slot. Okay, enough out of you.
Sorry.
Which I wanted to talk about that in terms of time in this episode and time in general. But anyway.
Okay. It definitely seems relevant in light of what they show her.
Yeah, exactly. So, we see this whole slideshow and everything looks awesome and fun, and everyone's frolicking in the sun and the green pastures, and he talks about the backpacking trips and stuff like that. And it's very sort of similar to, I think, it just sort of reminded me of the Dharma orientation video, with this sort of utopian idea, whatever.
Yeah.
Science in this utopian world. And
now, if Dr. Candle showed up with another name.
Yeah. I'm Dr. Firestick.
Yeah, exactly.
It's got to be some version of Candle. Wickman. What was it? Candle, then Wickman?
Candle and then Wickman.
Yeah. I'm Dr. Firinsky. It's got a little Russian accent. Okay.
So, I have a lot of questions about this scene.
Okay, let me finish the recap. So, he
Okay.
basically says, he shows her these, I guess what is that? I don't know what that is, an MRI or a CAT scan. I don't really know the big difference. But
Yeah.
he shows him some sort of scan of a woman's womb, and she says due to the endometrial layer, it looks like it's a woman in the 70s, but she's actually like 26, and he can give her the freedom and money to figure out why. Now, I think it didn't dawn on me until I watched it a second time, but I think this is a very important revelation to what's going on.
I agree. 100%.
So let's move on.
Yeah. Enough about that. Let's
move on. Let's not talk about it anymore. No, okay. Well, I'll let you start. I've got some things to say, but I'll let you go ahead and lead the discussion on what you think is going on in terms of this.
As usual, I rarely say. Even though I'm planning to take a lot of stands, at this point I just have a lot of questions, and maybe we can think through it or something. A quick question would be. Those pictures that he showed, and I like that line, I know they look corny, but they really are that happy.
Yeah, because those pictures look fake to me. Like, it looked like those people were, like, pasted on there. Like, it just looked really fake.
So, yeah, that's pretty much my question. Are those pictures, obviously they're not in Portland, or I guess they could be. But are they just fake pictures?
I think
they're
they're,
pictures from the island somewhere.
I really think that they're fake pictures, and to me, the pictures look fake. Like, if you look at them, the people just don't seem to be like they're in that setting, they're in that background. It looks like something they photoshopped together. Because if you actually took a picture of the people on the Dharma Island, like, they would be in the Dharma uniforms, presumably. And the Dharma buildings don't actually look that nice. So, I would say that was just a fabricated picture, unless Middle-earth is. I mean, I guess the question is, what do you want to believe, or what do you believe? Is Middle-earth just a front for Dharma, or are they sort of a separate but maybe linked company, in that Middle-earth does have their own, facility somewhere? What do you think?
I think, yeah, I agree that the pictures are fakes. As far as that, I mean, that's a fundamental question. I've been under the impression, and it's even been stated by Damon and Carlton that Dharma is, no more. That they collapsed at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where does
Good point. Because I was going to bring that up too. That it seems like this is a front for Dharma, but okay, Dharma shouldn't be around anymore. So
exactly. Now we do have this. What do we have to say Dharma still exists? We have the supply drops.
yes.
At the very least, that's and then Kelvin was sort of the most recent actual Dharma connection that is living that I know of. Everything else seemed to be from the 80s. At the earliest. So, and you also have that line that I think about differently now in the first episode of season 3, where Jack asks Juliet, "Are you what's left over from the Dharma Initiative?" And she says, "Doesn't matter what we were, it matters what we are now." Of course, now we know what Juliet's deal is. I don't even know what she means by that, but at the time, I assumed. See, my whole theory about the others has been obliterated by this episode.
Nice.
Like, it just doesn't fit anymore.
Yeah.
And so I have to come up with a new theory, and it's I'm really trying to pull it together, but there's so many disparate elements, it's hard for me to figure out. So, okay. So I don't think Middle-earth is Dharma. I'm going to stick with Dharma's gone.
Okay.
Because the creators have said it. It certainly appears so from the look of the stations.
Yeah.
And furthermore, there was stuff about this in the web maze, the stuff in the summer, also said that Dharma had collapsed.
Okay.
So that's enough sources for me to stick with that for now. So I'm going to say that there's some new company, possibly Widmore, could be in the background of this. They mentioned that they're privately funded. So I think it's possible Widmore. I think it's also possible Hanzo.
Okay.
Because I think he could very well still be around, or probably is still around, even if the Dharma Initiative doesn't exist anymore. So I think those are my two big candidates, and it could be both for all I know, but
well, I mean, in a certain sense, if it's one, it's the other, right?
You think?
Mean, aren't Hanzo and Widmore related anyway?
I think they are related, but I'm not sure how.
Okay.
I don't. Oh, right. Oh, there's something about this. What did I know? Widmore. Oh God, there's something about this. I think Widmore, they did something. Yeah, they're related.
Okay.
I don't remember. Like I think they might have built the hatches even.
Oh, is Widmore maybe the sort of materials resource provider or something? Like,
yeah, and I think they do construction.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there was a building in one of Charlie's flashbacks that was a Widmore construction thing. Mm-hmm. And I think I remember part of the webmates thing was that they built the hatches.
I see.
In which case, they're way in there with Dharma, Hanzo, and all that business. I mean, that's a big part of the whole thing. So, but they're definitely still around. Widmore, we saw him not that long ago, at least the English part.
Yeah.
So I think, I guess if you have one, then you have the other, then that's who it is. That's who I say it is. Both of them.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
As opposed to Dharma. But then, if they were behind Dharma, what's the difference?
Well, I
really
think
maybe the groove.
What it seems to be, what the picture there seemed to be drawing out here is that there's different segments that came together to sort of create what was going on the island. You had the Groots and Dharma, which were possibly providing the ideas and the people, and then you had Widmore providing the actual facilities and equipment. And then you had Hanzo maybe being the main, just sort of maybe money source or something.
Yeah, Hanzo was pretty much the funding.
Yeah, so it seems like that's sort of the three big parts that sort of formed the island, And it makes sense. I mean, obviously that Dharma, was the people,
Yeah.
Whitmore being the facilities and maybe the labs and stuff and all that, and then yeah, I mean it makes sense, and it that it wasn't just one organization that was able to pull this off, that it took those three. So I like that idea. I think that's where they're going with it. So
I agree. So I guess I feel like this Middleos thing is just sort of a front for that.
Now there's a lot, because I had a theory about what was going on with Middleos in terms of Dharma, but with this idea that Dharma is completely gone, it sort of throws that theory. It sort of skews that theory. So my question is, do you think that? I mean, obviously, Middleos has to be on the island, right? I mean, that's where their facility is.
And that's where I get into trouble. And that's where I'm... is Middleos distinguishable from the others?
I think so. I definitely think so, for a couple reasons.
And see, this ties in with the last scene, and I guess I was going to talk about all this with the last scene. But I really want to know, there's a big blank there between... Yeah, not exactly in Portland, and like now.
There's a lot going on with that.
I really wonder, like, okay, this 26-year-old woman with a 7-year-old uterus, is that real? Is there someone on the island fitting that description? Is that were they on he said, we'll give you the money to investigate this specifically. Did she really do that? Did that happen? What happened when she got to the island? They said 6 months. What do they really want with her? Is that it? Was that it originally? What happened?
Okay, let me answer those questions in the order that you asked them.
Okay.
Yes, no, 15, maybe, I'm not sure, 8.
Oh, they were both numbers.
Yeah. Okay, you asked a lot of things now, and I've got my own questions, and I'm trying to. This is all swirling in a big mass that is.
I know, that's the thing. It's so big. It's hard for me to.
Well, here's the first question I want to throw out there. Now, if Middleos is not just a sort of different name for Dharma or something like that, which I don't think it is, do you think that they're sort of that this company is sort of picking up where Dharma left off? Do you think they found the island? And maybe found some of the projects that were going on, or somehow found out about what was going on and found the island, and now they're sort of like picking up where Dharma left off.
See, that's the question. I mean, I don't, because the hatches are abandoned. Like we saw, like Desmond came to the island at approximately the same time Juliet did.
Well, and I don't mean that they decided to pick up the same research projects. You know what I mean? Obviously, they weren't doing the button experiment and all that. But I'm just saying, in general, do you think that they are picking up from where Dharma left off, or do you think they're on the same island, but they have nothing to do? They don't care anything about what Dharma was doing before? Because I think that's weird. If that's
I don't
true.
know. I don't know. It's. But I have to take a stand. Let me think. It counts as picking up where Dharma left off if they continue at least some of Dharma's research.
Yeah.
And everything they're doing is an extension of something Dharma was doing? Or are they allowed to do some of what Dharma's doing and some new stuff?
I think they're definitely doing some new stuff.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you this. Let me tell you my theory, and maybe you can make it work.
I want to hear your theory.
Okay, and this has to do with this idea of time and lost time and all this. Okay. My theory, and this ties into what I said a long time ago about the others and why they were kidnapping kids, is this idea that the others cannot have kids. Now, right now I'm going to say others in quotes because I don't know specifically who that refers to.
Me either.
Because it could be everyone we've seen that counts as another. It could be just some people. I don't know.
Yeah, this episode really muddles that situation.
Yeah. So I'm just going to say the sort of royal others that they can't have kids, specifically because of this endometrial layer problem, that young women were their endometrial layers were, whatever Juliet said, deteriorating, or they were sort of aging faster than they were supposed to, which goes along with this idea of time, which goes along with what the creators have said, that time, moves differently on the island, faster or slower. I don't think they ever said, but if time is sort of moving faster on the island, that it somehow affects certain parts of your physiology, and it's affecting these women. And so, for whatever either these people specifically want to have kids, or and that's why they need Juliet to figure out what's going on, or they're just sort of interested in the science behind it. I'm not sure, but I was thinking that my original idea was that Dharma, went to this island. They're doing all these experiments. They were there for a certain number of years, and then the women weren't able to have kids. They wanted to continue their utopian life on this island, but they couldn't procreate. And so in comes this sort of other company, Middlelos, and now they're trying to go find people who can help figure out what's going on. That was my original theory. But with the idea that Dharma is gone, I mean, obviously Dharma can be gone, but I mean, if Dharma seems to be gone, but we still have, the others and living in their little utopian commune place. So the theory can still be true that the people who live there, the women there, want to have kids or whatever, but they can't. Which, like I said, goes back to one of the other theories that I and plenty of people had, that they can't have kids, and that's why they took the kids from the tail section. So what do you think about that?
I agree, mostly. I guess my suspicion is that the idea that they want to have kids is sort of the idea that there's this phenomenon where they can't have kids and they just want to study it is, I sort of like that, but it's kind of cold.
Oh, yeah.
And unemotional, and I feel like the writers would go for the emotional explanation of not being able to have kids and just really wanting kids. Like I feel like it's more likely they would go in that direction.
Oh, I agree. I just sort of left that up. I mean, that's really not important at this point. Why, But
well, I think it's interesting to wonder, and I guess I lean towards the other one only because, not for evidence reasons, but just because I think the writers would go for the more emotional explanation.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'd rather have that than the other situation where we just want to study this phenomena,
Well, and I was thinking, the phenomena might be related to something bigger, and that, studying this phenomena might, relate to whatever else is going on and some other things too. But yeah, I do agree. I know what you're saying, and I agree. I think it's more interesting if they were actually trying to have kids and couldn't, then they just noticed that they couldn't have kids and wanted to study it. But
yeah, I wonder what that's about. I mean, I sort of like that. It's very scientific, and if some of these people are sort of scientists, it makes sense that they would think of it that way. But I just the way Lost goes with the plots that they've used, it seems like they would enjoy a lot more going down the emotional road.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's what I see happening. But then the problem becomes, like you mentioned, distinguishing between, the others and the people like Juliet,
mm-hmm.
who she's not as far as I'm concerned, she's not a real other anymore. She's just a regular person who was recruited,
mm-hmm.
And are they all like that? I don't think they are. I just don't think they all are. I don't know where the rest of them fit in, though.
I think to a certain degree. I mean, I believe that a lot of the others were recruited. Because I think Dharma was like the Peace Corps to a certain degree. It was getting people on board for this, whatever, for whatever their ideology was.
Yeah.
And so in that sense, I think most of the others were recruited. Now you have this other idea where, Ben claims he's been there all his life, which I actually don't think is true. I think he's just lying. I think he just, it's sort of symbolically he feels like he's been there all his life.
Okay.
But
see, I'm gonna buy that for now.
Because they want you to buy that.
They do,
okay.
And I feel like I should buy that.
And that's your New Year's resolution.
Because I know that he always lies about everything, but I'm going to choose to believe that.
But you want to hope that there's one thing he won't lie about.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I guess because Juliet says I've been on this island, he sort of. It just seemed like the same kind of scene, and I guess I wonder, how this all went down. How did it go from Dharma to Dharma collapse to others?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I there's a lot of questions there. Let's go back to figuring out Middleos. What do you think is going on in terms of why they want Juliet?
I think they want Juliet for the purposes of she's demonstrated this ability to make people and animals get pregnant that shouldn't be able to, and they show this scan of this woman who has this old uterus, and obviously women can't have children after a certain age, so presumably they wouldn't be able to have kids ordinarily, but they're hoping that she will be able to remedy that problem. But then my question is, what happened? When she got there, did it just not work, or did it? Obviously, it seems obvious that it didn't work, or they wouldn't be messing around with the kids. I
think this ties into why they were after Claire's baby. I think this whole thing with kids is very important to what the others were doing, and I think this endometrial problem, and I think the vaccine too might just be some sort of fertility drug. Now, I had this wild theory that I'm sure you're gonna laugh at, but I was thinking that this fertility drug that maybe some sort of offshoot of the drug that Juliet was giving her sister is this that the vaccine is some sort of fertility some sort of a similar type drug that Juliet came up with or whatever, or was using on her sister. And
now that's really interesting.
Well, I didn't say my theory yet.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I thought that was your theory.
No, it's gonna get a lot crazier than that. That's just the beginning.
Oh, can I say something to that real quick?
Okay.
How does that fit in with Kelvin using it?
I'm not done.
Okay.
Let me finish. So the first part of my theory is this idea that the vaccine is really a fertility drug, okay? And it's the idea that, and I thought of this because, Juliet was able to get a male, mouse pregnant. So I'm thinking, what if, unbeknownst to its users, Dharma or whoever was giving people these vaccines, telling them, that it's actually a vaccine, for disease, but it's really a fertility drug, and because Dharma, for whatever reason, really wants to, there to be kids, so they're like, we don't care who has kids, man or woman, we just want someone to have kids. And then to make it even crazier, I was thinking maybe that's why Rosinski killed himself, because he found out he was pregnant, and he couldn't sort of handle that.
Oh wow!
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Now that is a crazy theory.
Yeah, and that maybe it didn't work on Desmond, or he didn't take it long enough. I mean, to a certain degree, there has to be some fertilization, right? I mean, you can't just get pregnant out of nowhere, even if you're taking drugs. So I don't know what that means. I mean, because obviously a man will have the male chromosomes and the male egg, but he needs the female egg to create a baby. So I don't know if they did something to Rosinski and gave him the female portion, unbeknownst to him maybe, and then he found out he was pregnant and killed himself. But
that man.
But hey, if we find out that to be true, I said it.
You know what? You get 10 million points if you're right about that. I bow down to your genius if that's correct. Because man, that's a crazy theory that I never would have thought of ever.
Yeah.
Wow.
It just hit me that this idea that it was, it's not because Albert didn't say, oh, I heard you got this infertile female mouse to have a baby. You've got this male mouse to have a baby.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal. Because men don't have the necessary organs to carry a baby. So not only does the fertility drug must somehow make the male body create a womb, and then
she did mention that it didn't carry to term, right?
Yeah, it didn't carry to term.
Yeah. Which makes me think it didn't quite work out because the man didn't quite have the ability to support the baby.
Yeah, but I mean, that's all you need is a little more time and research to fix that problem, right?
Yeah, sure.
I think the big hurdle is getting it pregnant.
Trivial details, yeah. No, I agree. It's quite an accomplishment. It made it seem like, to me, she's inducing pregnancy without the usual means.
Yeah, now maybe that's true too, but I mean, on a fundamental genetic level, there's got to be a female and male, DNA there to work. So I mean, maybe the vaccine, I keep saying vaccine. I mean fertility drug. Maybe it's specially tailored. So if you're giving it to a woman, it's got the male it's got sperm or something or whatever the basic thing you need. Yeah. And then if you've given it to a male, it has the female portion or something. I don't know, but.
So Dharma was handing this out how long ago? I mean, we talking from the beginning or, when?
Well, see, and that's what's weird is because, Dharma was presumably giving this vaccine out before Juliet even was doing her experiments.
Yeah, and they made it seem like what she's doing is new stuff.
Yeah, unless, I mean, they didn't say when, so maybe she did the field mouse, the mouse thing, long enough ago to where, I don't know. I mean, it's a far-fetched theory that it's the same, but I was just trying to give an idea of what this vaccine is for, and the fact that they give it to Claire,
and it's interesting. A lot of people brought up. I saw the idea that it's the scene where she puts she gives her sister the shot is sort of reminiscent of the scene where Ethan gives Claire the shot.
Yeah.
And so, so there's at least sort of a visual or whatever connection between those things. So, and with Ethan appearing too, I guess it's not. You could come up with a more insane theory. I don't think that's going to be well. Brzezinski being pregnant, I
would love it, man, if we found out he was pregnant.
And Calvin's like, wow, Brzezinski putting on a little weight there.
Weight. Huh? You're so mean, Calvin.
Oh man! And then he has to take the test, and he's sitting on the beach with the results, and
yeah. And then someone's like, "What's the matter?" And he's like, "It's complicated."
Oh god!
What's the matter, Brzezinski? It's complicated. What? You're pregnant? Oh yeah, that's not that complicated.
Well, when you put it in 2 words, it doesn't seem so complicated.
Yeah, give it a try, son. Give it a try. All right. Well, let's leave the Middle-Los void of questions.
Yeah, it is really something you could swim in forever. If you wanted to. Do you have any guesses? Or maybe I should defer it to the end. I don't know.
Guesses about what? I just made a whole bunch of guesses.
Right. Do you have any guesses about the intermediate years between the recruitment of Juliet and the present day?
Well, one of the things I want to mention in regards to that is I thought I made a note of this at the end, but I thought it was interesting that he said, well, we're not in Portland, we're, what does he say? Something not quite in Portland.
Yeah, he said, actually, we're not quite in Portland.
Yeah. What was my point? Oh, I thought to myself, if they're not in Portland sort of in any sense, why would he say Portland? I'm thinking if they're really on the island, which is, in the Pacific Southwest or something like that, near Australia, why wouldn't he say we're in Sydney or we're in LA or, some sort of city that's closer to where they really are? Because Portland is, you can name closer cities than Portland to where where that island is supposed to be. So maybe that means that that they're not really on that island, that they're on some other island near Portland or something. I don't know. Or I guess my point is that they're not in Portland, but it is important that he said Portland.
I mean, the island shouldn't be anywhere near Portland.
No. That's my point. It shouldn't be anywhere near Portland, and it's like, why did he say Portland? If they are on, you know, the real island that we know, why would he say Portland? Did he just pick a city at random?
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like it was a sort of artistic, like, writing decision to use that. They liked the sound of it. They wanted to pick a city that they're going to pretend to say it's in, and I think they picked Portland. I mean, I can't give a rational explanation, but I feel like it was just some sort of decision that they liked saying Portland.
Well, the anagram for Portland is island, so.
You know, I really like that line, and it doesn't sound as good if he says L.A., I don't think. There's something nice about not in Portland. So I don't know. It's appealing to me. So
well, what about not in Sydney?
See, and that's because it ties in so much with the story. I don't know. It sounds better to me that it's this sort of unrelated.
How about Dallas?
Weird, I don't know.
Dallas.
Well,
Chattanooga.
Keep trying.
Brownsville. Okay. So let's go on to the next scene. I don't know where we left off. Where do we leave off? Oh, we're talking about the meeting.
The meeting.
Okay. Obviously, in this scene is when Juliet suggests that Burke get hit by a bus.
Yeah.
Which, keep that in mind, folks, because little birdie told me it happens. Now, here's a quick question about Juliet. Why does she still keep her ex-husband's last name? Because I'm sure you know.
It happens. Sometimes people do that. They live with their name and they don't want to bother changing it.
Okay. Well, that was really simple.
Yeah,
now,
I mean,
would you guess that the people who keep their ex's last name have sort of non-hostility towards those people? Because it would seem to me that if you had a messy divorce, you wouldn't want to keep the person's name, or do you think that really doesn't matter?
It makes sense that if it was a messy divorce, you wouldn't want to change it. I agree. But,
you would change it if it was a messy divorce.
Yeah, exactly right. The opposite of what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. So yeah, maybe her divorce wasn't messy.
Yeah. Which,
maybe
goes along with what we were saying earlier about their relationship not being that bad, so.
Yeah.
Because they still did sort of work together, or she worked for him, or something, or I don't know. I didn't really catch their relationship. It seemed like he was sort of in charge. But
what do you mean?
Well, Edmund Burke's relationship with Juliet, their work relationship, like, were they just sort of colleagues, like, both in the same field, or were they working at the same company? I mean, obviously they were sort of working at the same place, right?
I got the sense he was in charge.
Yeah, he was in
she
charge.
was sort of an ordinary lab technician, researcher person, and he was a overseer.
Yeah, it's really weird that an ordinary lab technician can get a male animal pregnant. It's like,
well, I shouldn't say a technician. I think she was.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not pointing out your use of the word technician. I'm just saying that it seems like after publishing that, she would have gotten sort of a little more notoriety or something. I guess we don't really know what happened.
Well, you can do incredibly groundbreaking work and not become, the department head or not. Like, there's no reason that you have to become a supervisor in the academic world, if you do, just because you do really good work.
So you consider science to be academics?
I certainly do.
Oh, wow. Learn something new every day, folks. What else I learned was in the next scene, Juliet searches for Kate and Sawyer. And she goes to the little control the little control center and with the cameras and
right.
she sees and I'm just like, why are there cameras in like random parts of the island? It's like you would think that I think our original theory was that they had the cameras there to watch the animals, and so you would think they would only have cameras where the animals were going to be, and usually the animals should be in the cages. Blah blah blah.
I think if I remember correctly, our original. When we talked about the cameras originally, we said they probably just have cameras sort of, around the station. It's watching the station, not just like random parts of the island.
Well, it seemed like a random part. She found them like in what seemed.
I know,
like
that's what I'm saying. That's obviously not the case.
Yeah.
But I think that was our original thought. That the cameras were installed as they usually are, to watch the facility.
In strategic parts around the facility.
Yeah.
But they weren't really near the facility at all.
No.
And I guess what we learn in this very next scene is that there's another hatch, too. Now, it's still part of the same facility, right? But it's a different physical building.
It had the Hydra logo. I'm not clear on, if they're maybe connected somehow. And this is like a backside or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because it had the same logo, so it's part of the same, but it might be a compound. It might be another building.
I think it's another building. It didn't, because they seem pretty far from the original place, the main complex, so I would hate to think that they were physically connected, because that'd be a lot.
It didn't seem to me like they had walked that far, but then again, obviously they're not going to show them walking that far. So
I just sort of inferred from all the running and stuff that they had gone fairly far.
Yeah.
But now here's a quick question to deviate from this, is like, if Widmore did, get the contract to build all the facilities, well, I guess I was going to say, that means that there's a certain number of people out there in the Lost World who know about this island, right? And who know what's going on to a certain degree. But then I'm thinking, well, maybe not. Maybe they don't know what's going on. Maybe everything was just normal, and they just built these workers just built these buildings, and that it wasn't anything crazy. So.
And that was that. Yeah. Like whatever happened afterwards, they weren't.
They weren't privy to. Yeah.
Yeah. Things got weird afterwards, obviously.
Yeah. Now, here's another thing that I guess is interesting, is that if the Widmore guys did build this stuff, or whoever built it, if they weren't part of the main people who were going to be on the island, like if Dharma didn't build this sort of internally, then that means that that there was some sort of relatively easy way to get to the island, right? That the island wasn't sort of, invisible to the outside world or something.
Right. Well, I feel like what's making it invisible to the outside world is, what was I going to say? Something to do with the hatch, the swan hatch, and that, before it was built, it shouldn't have been invisible.
So you think it wasn't invisible, and then they built the swan hatch and started doing whatever magnetic energy thing, and then that made it invisible. And then presumably after the failsafe, it's visible again. Yeah. Okay. We have to talk about that.
That's my theory.
Okay. So yeah, this next scene, it's outside of. Oh, what?
Sorry. When I get ideas, I have to vocalize. Apparently. I wanted to ask. Maybe I should ask this later. I don't even know.
Ask it later.
How do you think Juliet got to the island?
She hopped on Dr. Alpert's back and he swam there.
We shall fly!
You and me shall fly to the island, Juliet.
Oh, God.
We shall stop in Paris for breakfast.
What about Ethan? Oh, he'll take a boat.
Oh, yeah, he'll take a boat. He'll run there. He can walk on water, Ethan's an anagram for Jesus. Okay, so this, I'm not going to answer your question, by the way.
Okay, good.
This next scene, we find Aldo reading A Brief History of Time, which is another clue, I think, to this episode being about time. And I should mention real quick, I was trolling the internet and I found a article or of sorts posted on thetailsection.com.
Yes.
And the title was Not in Portland, It's About Time, which was supposed to be a sort of a double meaning that, it's about time Lost came back on, and
right.
sort of it's about time the episode specifically.
The episode isn't, yeah.
So, if you guys are interested, the person there, I guess it's Doc Arts, makes some claims about why this episode and sort of the island in general is revolves around time, which is pretty interesting. Most of which I sort of agree with. But anyway, I think it's interesting that Aldo's reading A Brief History of Time, which you read, Justin, right?
Yes, I did.
Is there what page was he on? What was Hawking writing on that page? Do you remember?
Speaking of writing, I thought it was interesting that he was... I'm dodging your question, by the way.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of writing, I thought it was interesting that the guard was writing in the book.
Oh, was he writing in it?
Yeah, right before they came out, he had like a pencil, and he was writing in the book.
Oh, well, maybe he's the author. Oh, I see. You know what? That's a very interesting find, and actually what it looks like he's doing to me, because it's like a page with diagrams and stuff.
Yeah.
It looks like he's like annotating it, like maybe taking whatever formula or diagram is in there and sort of, using that and sort of saying, okay, and then inputting his own information in there. Or maybe he's just saying, like, buy milk. Need eggs. Aldo's not vegan.
Yeah, well, everybody can't be.
So no, good point. I didn't catch that he was writing in there. Either he's just taking notes, or he's sort of maybe annotating it using sort of whatever he knows about the island and time properties or whatever. And
yeah, I mean it's a pretty non-technical book. I mean it's it's written for a general audience, and so there's no requirement that you understand anything he's talking about on a real technical level.
Yeah.
He's speaking generally and trying to explain concepts behind these very extremely
dense,
complex and technical concepts from physics that he did work in that was extremely influential and important. And so when I read it, I didn't find the need to write stuff down. It was
well, to Aldo's defense, were you on an island in the middle of nowhere with strange magnetic properties?
Actually, I was.
Oh, well, then excuse me. May I ask how you got off the island? Or are you podcasting
silly.
From there?
What's weird is everything's an island if you look at it the right way.
Is that what's weird?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what else is interesting? I was going to say weird, but I didn't. I was going to say, if you still have that book, or anyone who has that book, you can find what page he's reading, because you can just look and see, because it has those diagrams on
yeah,
there. So
that would make it very recognizable.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't actually have that copy with me. But,
oh, really? I'm not quite sure I believe that you actually read it. What's the second word on page 52?
Okay.
All right.
No comment.
Point made.
Yes. You win.
Oh, thank you. 5 points.
It's very interesting. I recommend it. It's very short, very readable, and very interesting. So, I recommend it to anyone who wants to know a little bit about all that stuff.
But don't take it from me. Da-na-na. Reading Rainbow. Anyway. Anyway, so, they're trying to figure out how they're going to get inside to get Carl, and Kate comes up with this glorious plan. And so Alex storms up to the steps with the rifle in Sawyer's back, and he's like, Alex, what are you doing here? And she's like, this is the worst logic ever. Like, I don't think Aldo is that smart, because he's like, I don't know. I'll give him the stress factor. Maybe he wasn't thinking clearly, but
he was suspicious.
He was suspicious, but this was weird. Okay, no, you're right. He did the right thing. But anyway, she goes, they must have got out. They were running around the jungle. They must have got out of their cages. And he says something like, okay, if your dad finds he will, you should be here, blah blah blah. And then she's like, my dad is the one who told me to bring them here. So it's basically like, okay, you found them in the jungle by yourself, and somehow you told Ben, who's in surgery by the way.
Yeah.
And Ben said,
and does he know that?
Yeah, that's my other point. And then Ben says, hey, Alex, why don't you take them to Aldo alone? Oh, really? I don't actually buy that.
Yeah, you're right. That's a horrible story.
It's like she totally changed her story. It's like first you just found them, but then, oh, no, he told me to bring them here. And but anyway, she's thinking on her feet. I'll give her credit a little bit for keeping it together.
She had a lot of indignance to cover up for the lack of logic.
Yeah, she did.
He told me to bring him here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do you want to call him? I'm sure he has nothing else to do. Like that's so weird. Like Ben, like he doesn't want to bother Ben because he's busy. It's like I think Ben would want to know what's going on here.
Yeah, I know.
But I sort of like, I guess in retrospect, I sort of like those lines from Alex because she is sort of a kid, so.
Yeah,
they're sort of nonsensical in a certain sense. But yeah, that was an interesting point I was going to bring up too. Is Aldo tells Danny Pickett that he needs Ben. You think that Aldo would know that Ben is in surgery, which he apparently doesn't. So I wonder why.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was odd. I guess maybe Ben is not necessarily making sure everybody knows, or maybe he's telling the people that know not to tell other people because he doesn't want them to know he's in a compromising position.
Yeah, like it's only need to know information and only the higher ups know that.
Yeah, it makes him seem weaker or something.
Yeah.
It seems logical to me. But I wanted to bring up a line right before this scene when they're about to go up and it's revealed that Alex doesn't actually know that Carl's in there, and then she says, "Carl's got to be in there. It's the only place I haven't looked." Yeah,
I love that. It's what's the phrase? Oh man, what's the thing that she just did? The thing Sherlock Holmes does all the time.
Deduction?
Yeah. But it's something else. It's deduction, but it's, I don't know, there's some other sort of phrase. But yeah, it's basically like, well, I've looked everywhere else, he's got to be here. Which seems to be correct. Well, it is correct, but it's like, it doesn't have to be correct.
But it kind of reminds me of, it reminded me of the whole thing with Michael, even though, he was sort of lying, when he said, Walt's in this, they've got these guards, and Walt's got to be, I didn't see him, but he has to be in there.
Yeah. Oh, Walt's in this. Oh, did you see him? No, but he's got to be in there.
Yeah, I know he's there. And then when they get there, it's just like a fake door.
Yeah.
Still perplexed by that whole business, but never mind that. I kind of thought that something like that would happen here. They'd get in there and, like, there's nothing there.
Oh, I see.
Like, I was expecting that again. That whole, like, they just sort of set it up to look like they had something there, and there wasn't going to be anything there. But no, this time there was something there.
Yeah. See, that's what believing what they want you to believe gets you, man. Because I didn't think. I guess I wasn't even thinking about the whole Famp and Fatch and Four thing. But yeah. But anyway, so I love how Aldo's like, oh, I don't know where Carl is. He's not here. And then Kate's like, shoot his kneecap off. Just shoot him. I'm pissed. Shoot something. And then I go, oh, okay, he's in room 23, and which is a number, of course.
Of course
he's in room 23. So they go find Carl. And Carl is in the middle of some obvious or apparent brainwashing,
Indeed.
Which is very strange. Now, let's talk about this.
Yeah, there's a lot here.
There's a lot here. Let's make a pit stop here, guys, and let's stake some tents and camp out here for a little bit. I wrote down all of the phrases that is said on the thing, so we can go through that real quick. The first that we see, I think there's one that is sort of displayed that you really can't see towards the end, and then there may be a couple that we didn't see because the camera wasn't on it. But I wrote down all the ones you could see. Anyway.
Okay, good.
The first one is, plant a good seed and you will joyfully gather fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which is, very true. The second one is, everything changes.
Mm-hmm.
Third one is, we are the causes of our own suffering.
Mm-hmm.
The fourth one, and most interesting, I think, is, God loves you as he loved Jacob.
Mm-hmm. Right, I wrote that one down.
And then the last one was, think about your life.
Okay.
Now, it's very interesting, and along the way during the video, you see some sort of thematic montages. They had this whole thing with eyes. They showed like 5 or 6 images of eyes.
Yeah.
And they showed a series of like circular objects. Like it started with the moon, and then like an odometer, and then like some other circular things, and which I think is sort of reminiscent of this idea of change. So I don't know what to make of that, but what do you got on this whole thing?
I want to mention a couple of images that are in there.
Okay.
Don't know how important it is, but there's a frame in there of Hanzo, the famous Hanzo picture from the orientation video.
You mean when he's standing looking out the window?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That picture's in there, and also at the very end when they're walking out.
Yeah.
You see De Groot also from the orientation video.
I that's supposed to be De Groot, I'm assuming. I mean, he had those weird glasses on. It looks like that's who it's supposed to be. But it wasn't sort of, I don't know. I think there's 5% of skepticism there for me if that was really him or not. But 95%.
I guess I need to watch the thing again, but people were saying that was from the orientation video.
Oh, that it was actually the same image from the video? Okay.
Much like the Hanzo image is the same thing from the video also.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll buy that. I didn't remember that from the video, but I saw the guy, and he looked like the Groot, so I was like, okay, well, maybe that's him. But,
I got to watch it again now, but I believe that's him.
And the other thing I wanted to mention is that, Sawyer seems to sort of get entranced by the whole thing. Kate's like, help, 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 and he's like... not only does he not hear it because it's loud, but he's just sort of like, getting entranced by it. It seems. And
the thing about it to me was I was kind of in the same situation when I was watching it. I was very taken in by this montage, and I was like totally focused. I kind of forgot about Carl too. I was just like, man, I just want to sit here and watch this.
Oh wow!
And it's like, hey, oh right, something to do.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting how they had those glasses on Carl. I'm not sure what those were supposedly doing. I mean, it seemed like it was blurring his vision, so I don't know if he'd actually be able to read the words. Maybe that wasn't the point, but...
yeah, I mean, I think it might have just been a thing, whatever.
Stylistic thing?
Yeah, stylistic thing.
I mean, I agree, but it's just like, to a certain point, it's like, well, if you're going to do that, make sure it's sort of reasonable.
Yeah,
It's like if they blindfold him. Yeah, that was stylistic. Well, but he wouldn't be able to see the montage, and then what's the point?
I thought, well, I mean, it wasn't as bad as a blindfold, but...
Well, yeah.
But I thought, like, the combination of the music and the images, it sort of reminded me of, like, except for the phrases, it reminded me of, like, maybe the Ring video or something. It was sort of creepy in a weird way, and I was taken in by the whole thing. But also, about the glasses, I think this is a pretty overt Clockwork Orange reference.
Mm-hmm.
And in Clockwork Orange, they take this guy who, kills people and rapes people, etc., and they put him in a theater-type place, and they hold his eyes open with these devices that they sort of clip on his eyes that hold, make it to where he can't shut his eyes, and they just sort of drop, give him eye drops constantly so his eyes stay moisturized, and then they make him watch these images of sex and violence, and the effect it eventually has on him is that when he thinks about those things, he gets sick. So anyway, that's the Clockwork Orange thing. What's going on here is different from that, but the sort of idea, I feel like the idea with the glasses is supposed to be the same kind of thing as them holding his eyes open. I feel like it's supposed to be making him look at it.
Yeah, it seemed like it seemed like the point to me was that it was sort of intensifying the visual aspect of what's going on. So, I mean, his eyes were very droopy, and it seemed like he wanted to close them, but he sort of never did. So, maybe somehow they were stimulating. I don't know. But anyway, what do you think they're trying to do to Carl?
That's what I was going to say. Obviously, in this situation, what they're showing him, these phrases that they're showing him seem like things they want him to believe.
Yeah.
Not things that they want to revolt him. Which was the opposite of, if they want to do the Clockwork Orange method, they'd show him escaping or something, or show him doing whatever he did, or show people doing whatever he did. That would be the Clockwork Orange method.
That seems like, I haven't been really, involved in a lot of brainwashing in my day, but that seems like the conventional way to brainwash someone is to show them what you want them to do. And the Clockwork Orange thing is sort of interesting in that you show them what they already do, and then it makes them sick, as opposed to showing them what you want them to do, which should make them do the things.
Right. It seems to make more sense, but I don't know what if the imagery was supposed to be hypnotic or if it was supposed to relate to the phrases, but it seems like they're trying to condition his mind away from the thinking that led him to doing whatever he did originally, and whatever and him escaping and trying to run away.
Do you think? Yeah, I agree. They're definitely brainwashing him. I mean, and I think this takes the others and their game plan to a whole new level. I mean, this level of maliciousness is just like they get worse and worse.
Yeah.
The more we find out about them,
it makes them different too. It makes them a little beyond normal.
Yeah. Which they already were.
They seemed this first part of season 3, I really got the sense that they were ordinary people who deal with things in an ordinary way, but just seemed mysterious.
Well, they weren't ordinary in the sense that that they kidnap and kill people for their own.
Okay, well,
that's what I mean.
But
they were already strange in the beginning.
I guess I'm saying I thought they were ordinary kidnapper killers.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll buy that.
But then this little thing that they're doing to one of their own people makes them into kind of a different kind of group, I think, than the impression I had. Which was that they just sort of live there, they make their muffins, and then something comes up, and we have to kidnap a few people, and maybe people are going to die along the way, but it's what we have to do, and resorting to this for whatever he did is a very strange and strong measure. So
yeah, I agree. I was trying to think of what he could have done to deserve this. I mean, obviously he's not sort of thinking in the way that they want him to think. And like we said before, they sort of had him in the cage, and then he still tried to escape. And what is I think this goes to what was it Juliet? No, what Pickett said in sort of this scene we were talking about, or the next scene sort of, when Pickett finds Aldo, is that Ben would rather them die than escape. And I'm like, why is that? And even in the context of Carl, it's like, if he wants to escape so badly, why not let him escape? I mean, he can't really go anywhere. I mean, all he can do is get loose on the island and sort of just roam around. And probably, well, I guess he could probably survive, but, with the food that's there. But it's like he can't really do anything or go anywhere because they are on the island. So it's like, what is the big deal if he escapes? So it's like, not only do the others, sort of want to have control over people, but it's like they sort of specifically don't want to not have control. You know what I mean? Which sounds like the same thing, but the point's a little different.
Yeah, it's a different emphasis. But the thing Pickett actually says, I know Ben would rather die than let them go.
Oh, is that what he says?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, why that too?
Like, I don't believe him. I think he's saying that, I think he wants to go after him. I don't think he really cares that much about what Ben thinks.
Well, now, how does that relate?
Especially based on that scene, at the end of 6, where he goes after Sawyer and, he put his life in the hands of one of them. Shepard wasn't on Jacob's list. He wants to kill Sawyer because he holds him responsible for Colleen's death. And I think he just hates him on general principle.
Yeah.
And I feel like he wants to go after him regardless of Ben's situation. I don't care. He's going to die. Okay, whatever. I'm going to go kill him.
Well, I don't disagree, but I think specifically having him say that means something. And you're just saying, you just think he just sort of said that because he had his own motives, that he doesn't really believe that, or that that's not really true? I mean, do you think he believes that, or you think that's just not true and he just made it up?
I don't think he doesn't believe that, but I just don't think it matters to him.
Okay.
Obviously that's not true because Ben specifically gives the order to help them escape. So, he certainly doesn't.
Refresh my memory. I know Juliet kills Pickett.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. No, kidding. And does she tell him? Does Pickett ever find out from anyone else that Ben wants them to be alive?
No.
Okay.
Now Juliet tells him that that's what Ben said, and he says, whatever. He'd rather die than let him go, and then he just goes after him.
Yeah. Okay. So so it came from Juliet. Okay, that's what I was wondering. So Juliet said it. She's reputable. In Pickett's eyes, I think. So, okay.
See, and that's the thing. I wasn't sure if maybe he might have also kind of thought she wasn't reputable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he could theoretically radio to Ben if he really needed to hear it from him.
Yeah,
but you're right. I think he doesn't really care. But I don't know. I just think I think Ben, to a certain degree, would rather die than let them escape. Although that's not what happened. But because I think they made it very clear that they want these people for some very important reason, and I'm trying to figure out what is the big deal. And so the same thing with Carl. It's like they want to keep him so badly, even though he's this big malcontent. Like they want to keep him so badly, and it's like, well, what's the big deal? Why not just let this rogue person go? They can't do anything, The only thing they could do by not being in your group is not be in your group. So I'm just wondering why is this this affiliation so important to them? I don't know. I guess we won't find that out for a while, if ever.
Well, the weird thing is, Carl gets to go, but Alex doesn't.
Yeah. Well, once we find out that Alex is apparently Ben's daughter, we sort of understand that he's not just going to let his daughter go with the infidels.
Yeah, but it's,
Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that scene when we get to it, because there's something I want to bring up. So this next scene, we flash back. Juliet comes to her sisters after the interview with Middle-Oast Bioscience, and we find out that the fertility treatment works. Her sister is pregnant. Now, here comes the question that we talked about before. Like, her sister's obviously sick, and I've seen... in various places on the net, people are asking, it seems like the idea or the right thing to do would sort of get better first and then try to have a baby, not have a baby and have a drain on all of your biological systems and then try to get well during that.
Yeah.
which makes me think, I don't know.
Yeah, it just seems selfish. It makes it seem like it's about you.
It makes me seem like, why even write that she has cancer? Unless the cancer is related to why she couldn't have a baby.
Yeah, I agree. It just makes her seem irresponsible to me. I don't know.
It just seems like extra. It's just extra drama. Unless the cancer is related to the baby thing, it's just extra drama for no apparent reason. It's like, oh well, it's already sad enough she couldn't have kids. Why make it? Try to make it even sadder that she just had cancer, or is battling cancer, or whatever it's supposed to be. So it makes me think it's not cancer. Maybe she just has a bad hair day. She's like, oh, if I go and get well, a.k.a. grow my hair out so I can cut it a different way. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a really bad hair day. God.
Yeah, like a bad hair month or whatever, however many days this is supposed to be.
I woke up and it was gone.
I just can't... I don't understand. Okay, how is she gonna carry a baby when she has cancer? I mean, like, or I guess the cancer's in remission, maybe, or something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Maybe she is. She's through her treatment, so she needs to recover. It doesn't seem like a good time to get pregnant.
I think most doctors would agree. Wait at least 2 weeks after your last cancer treatment before you get pregnant.
And I think Juliet needs to bear some of the responsibility here, too, for enabling this situation.
Maybe she didn't think it would work.
Even still, it's, let's try to make you pregnant. I don't know. That's a weird thing to do in that situation. But did we skip over the guy, Edmund, getting hit by the bus?
No. It's this scene. It's the next scene, right? Because she visits him after she tells her sister. Because the sister has to tell her she's pregnant because that's why she goes to visit him, is to tell.
I guess I took my notes out of order. Sorry.
Oh, look at that. So anyway, I'm sort of thinking in the back of my mind that she doesn't have cancer. There's something else going on. And it's sort of a red herring. They're making us think that, and we're going to get a sort of a surprise about what's really... I mean, sort of a mild surprise, obviously, but some sort of surprise about what's really going on with the sister, because it just seems too odd to me. The writer inside of me is saying that something is amiss here. You don't write that a character can't have a baby and has cancer. Because, I mean, if the cancer comes back while she's pregnant, like, it can potentially harm the baby.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's just, that, it's too thoughtless, in a way, in terms of the writing. So I think there's something more going on there. I think that because they didn't specifically say what was wrong with her. If they had said she had, like, oh, I wish this cancer never comes back. Like,
well, yeah, at that point, how could you deny it?
Exactly. And then I would be like, well, it's just sort of weird. But since they didn't say it, I feel like that's not it. So I'm going to leave that open.
But I want to point out something. Okay, New Year's me believes she has cancer, first of all.
What? New Year's you?
Yeah.
The Justin 07.
Justin 07, that's right. I think she has cancer, and furthermore, I bet we never see her again.
Okay.
I'm just going to go on record and saying that. That's just a feeling I have. Another thing I want to say is, back in SOS, the whole Rose and Bernard situation, Rose tells Bernard, when he proposes to her, she tells him... She sells by the seashore? My pronouns are just, not helping me out. She tells him that she's dying. She never actually specifically says what she has, and everyone inferred that she had cancer.
Yeah.
Because it just sort of seemed that way, but she never actually said it. And,
true.
This reminds me of that situation. I think maybe they're just, for whatever reason, they like giving someone cancer but never saying that they have cancer.
Although, for Rose, it was a little bit more evidence that it was cancer because she said, like, it came back, or she made some reference to, like, it being gone and coming back.
Yeah.
Which is a very cancer-type thing to do.
Definitely. You got a good point. But, you know, losing your hair is very indicative of cancer treatment.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Although, I mean, she had a scarf on. Does that mean she didn't have hair under there?
If you look in the back, you can see it's sort of like... I mean, I think probably the actress really does have hair, and it's more convincing than this ball cap. But I think also, if you're a woman and you don't have hair, you want to do something and you can't pull off a baseball cap.
Yeah.
So I think that's something maybe you do to sort of cope with the situation.
Yeah. But no, my point was that we didn't see that she didn't have hair.
Right. Yeah, but... I mean, we didn't see that she did either.
Oh, true. That's why I'm saying it's up in the air.
And they made it a point to have her with that scarf the whole time, every scene.
Yeah.
Like, if she had hair, why do that?
Well, because if they're trying to mislead us with the cancer thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, because they could
that would be a reason.
They could have showed her without the scarf, and she could have, you know, and if she was bald, it could have been obvious. Okay, well, you know, that's more evidence that she has cancer or had cancer. You know, I don't know. I'm just saying. I think there's a little room for something else going on there. I do agree that I don't think we need to see her anymore, and it would be strange if we saw her again. So I don't really think we will, but I think there's something else going on because it's just a weird thing for her to have. Because that's the thing. If we never see her again, what was the point of her having cancer? Why write that she has cancer? To me, that's bad writing. Unless you're going to make something of that. I'm sorry, not cancer specifically, but like, why write that she has some other illness besides, you know, infertility? And if you're not going to do something with it, and I think the writers often do stuff like that, but but I think more often than not they make something out of the things they bring up. Eventually.
Yeah, I mean, for me the reason is, I can't come up with a reason.
Because Rose being sick was Rose's whole thing, was that she was sick and got cured.
It was a huge plot point.
Yeah, for Rose.
In that situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it does seem like whatever she has is the reason she can't get pregnant. In which case, it does serve some kind of plot function.
Yeah. Now, all they need to do is say that, and I'll be fine.
Okay.
I just want, like, a scene, and then, like, Carlton sticks his head in the camera and goes, she's sick, she can't have kids because of her sickness, and then, like, leaves.
Maybe we'll get that in the official podcast whenever that comes out.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Maybe they'll just come on and say, hey, guys, we thought it was obvious that... And
they do that all the time. They're like, we thought it was obvious. She had a scarf on.
They love that. See, that's the problem with the writers sometimes. They want it both ways. They want to fool people, and then they want certain things to be obvious.
Yeah.
And if you fool people, they're not going to trust you when you come at them with something else. They're going to look for a way where you're deceiving them.
It's the writers who cried wolf.
Exactly. That's what it is. They want to be able to deceive the viewers and yet have things be obvious that they don't explicitly state.
Yeah.
So it's a hard place to be in, you know, because whatever. It's New Year's me is gonna allow myself to be deceived with the benefit that the obvious things I'll get.
Okay.
So that's my...
unless... Because sometimes the things that seem obvious are the deceptions, too.
True. But some of them will be true.
Some of them will be true.
And those things I'll get right, and the other things, some might say there's no point.
So you might just break even.
Exactly.
You're going to get just as much right as you get wrong, no matter which way you go about it.
Yeah, but I don't know. Everything changes.
Okay, I know. Everything changes. And God loves you just like he loves Jacob. Did we talk about that line?
I was just gonna say.
Yeah,
we didn't address that at all.
We didn't talk about how important that line is.
Yeah.
Jacob, dude. What's going on with Jacob? Jacob seems to
know.
be like now. I know you spent a lot of time in Bible school.
I did.
Who is Jacob in terms of his biblical importance?
Well, you see, Jacob was the son of God. I have no idea. I've heard it. The writers have even said what Jacob is in terms of the Bible, but I don't remember what they said.
He's the father of Isaac.
Okay, good.
And
there's some relationship to Ben, I think.
To Ben, huh?
Yeah.
Ben. I know he's grandson. Abraham is his grandfather.
Okay. That's a big one.
And Abraham begat everybody.
Oh yeah, he's old school.
He was 160. Let's see. Benjamin is. Let's see.
I thought
Benjamin is Jacob's 12th son.
Okay.
And 12 is not a number.
12 is not a number. If everything were a number, we wouldn't have enough numbers.
If everything was a number, we wouldn't have enough numbers. I don't know what that means.
If everything was a number, capital N, then we wouldn't have enough numbers, lowercase n.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Never mind.
Okay. Well,
someone out there knows what I'm trying to say.
All right. Well, if someone who out there knows what he's trying to say, please email me and tell me later. LostLowdown@gmail.com. I mean, everyone can go and read the Wikipedia entry on Jacob, like I'm doing, and wasting everyone's time. But all that's important is that he's a biblical person, and that says he played a major part in the later events in Genesis, which I think is probably what's going to happen in terms of the show. Is that he's probably going to be a big part of what happened, sort of in the last part of what happens on the island, or the sort of formation of the island. So that's probably that's my guess.
I agree. They're setting it up because I've noticed that they've done these little things this season where they drop a little thing here, a little thing there, and eventually, I need you to do this surgery, and then. A little thing here, a little thing there. Juliet's a fertility doctor. Mm-hmm. They seem to have this thing where they throw out a little bit, and then you get the full plot point.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's where they're going with this Jacob thing. We get sort of two references, and I feel like at some point, this Jacob character needs to come into play. I don't know who he is, or what his deal is, or why he made a list, or what was on the list, or. Any number of questions, but can he really be Ben's dad? I mean, that would be odd.
I don't know if he'll be his dad so much as he'll be a father figure. And at least in terms of the hierarchy, he's in charge, and he was in charge. He was in charge before Ben was in charge.
Because he'd have to be kind of old to be Ben's dad.
I'm thinking, just from the phrase "God loves you as He loved Jacob," and I believe that was past tense.
Yeah, it was.
But that would sort of seem to mean that either God doesn't love Jacob anymore, or Jacob is dead. But I don't really think Jacob is dead if he just recently made a list.
Yeah, that would be beyond supernatural.
Unless the list was created a long time before they got on the island.
Okay.
And no one knew what the list meant until the plane landed. And oh man, that makes sense. Oh man, that's starting to make sense. Although all of my crackpot theories make sense to me until they disprove it. But what if Jacob was sort of the original leader, or one of the original leaders of whatever group was on the island, maybe even before Dharma, and for whatever reason he made this list of names and sort of passed it down, and
it was almost like some sort of prophecy.
Yeah, I'm big into prophecies. So maybe no one really knew.
Some people collect stamps, some people coins.
I like conspiracy theories and prophecies, especially when the two can be combined. And no, I think it's sort of interesting. And then so, maybe no one really knew what the list was about, or maybe they did. Who knows? But it wasn't until the plane crashed that Ben sort of knew what was going on, and maybe that's why he so quickly said, "I need a list of names," because all these many years he's been waiting to see this list of names.
All right.
So
a very interesting thought.
Yeah, because I mean that sort of explains why he was so quickly to say, "I need a list of names," blah blah blah. Because we were wondering why that seemed to be like standard protocol, but maybe it's not standard so much as it's just important to know who these people are, because he's been waiting for James Ford and Kate Austin and Jack Shepard to get on the island. And
well, according to Pickett, Jack's name shouldn't be on the list.
Forgot Jack's name wasn't on the list, so. I might actually stick to that theory at least 80%, because I think it's interesting they say he loves you as he loved Jacob, and so which makes me think Jacob is gone. So yeah, I'll buy that, and I like this idea of Jacob being this sort of leader, past father figure type thing, but he's dead now, and they live with his principles and stuff.
But I think the past tense could just indicate a biblical reference. They actually mean the biblical Jacob.
Yeah, that's true.
In which case, it's okay to be past tense.
Yeah.
And Jacob's still alive. And is there any chance Eye Patch Guy fits into this?
Like if he's Jacob or not. Like I sort of thought he might be Jacob, but then why is he trolling around? He seems like he's trolling around.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. He gets to be mystery man because the others aren't mysterious anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that they're referencing Jacob in the Bible. I mean, I don't know enough about Jacob in the Bible, but I felt like God loved pretty much everybody. So why say just Jacob unless there's a very specific reference in terms of what Jacob in the Bible did or was about?
Well, now Jacob is an Old Testament character, right?
Yeah.
In the Old
Jacob
Testament,
is in Genesis.
I don't know that God sort of loved everybody in the Old Testament.
He was pretty wrathful.
I think he might have been a little meaner in the Old Testament. So maybe in that context, it makes more sense to point out that he loves Jacob and loved Jacob in particular.
Okay. I'll buy that. I think... I don't know. I think they're talking about the Jacob on the show, though.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem. See, I guess I feel like it could be a double meaning.
Yeah.
That they're using it because of the biblical reference, but the reason they choose that name is because there's a Jacob, and he's a very important figure in this other's community, whether alive or dead. I guess I do get the sense that he might be dead. But I don't know. I don't have enough evidence to really come down on that one. I really don't have a feeling one way or the other.
Yeah.
It's up in the air. But at least we got to talk about it.
I think I'm just reading a little bit more about Jacob. It's interesting. They say Jacob was a gentleman who, quote, dwelled in tents, which sort of made me think about the Famp.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was some sort of
He didn't just pretend to dwell in tents?
Yeah, like maybe that con that they pulled in the fake camp was sort of some sort of homage to how maybe the real Jacob on the island used to live or something like that.
Wow, that would be really
at some point those people did live like that. Maybe before Dharma got there, they used to live like that for real, which is why they sort of had all those materials. They
wouldn't have needed fake beards to really live like that.
But Jacob was the father of beards, so
theatrical glue.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think the idea that Jacob was someone who was there a long time ago and he made this list of names. I mean, I like that idea. I think it's very interesting. I can't say there's a lot of evidence for or against it, but it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be unhappy if that were true.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
So, Yeah, so hey, whatever. I don't know where they're going with this stuff, but that's I don't know. I never would have. I guess I got the sense. It's weird that you never see him, but I guess that's a thing they do a lot in these. It's something to do to sort of reveal the mastermind and then say he's not the mastermind. It's this other guy.
Yeah, that was a big thing in Daybreak.
Yeah.
And I think it's important. Like that theory sort of works in the idea that Ben has been the one that seems to be in charge. And
well, first it was Tom.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like so far it seems like Ben's the guy who's in charge. But then
Right.
they have this Jacob character. But it's like Ben can still be the one in charge because Jacob's dead.
Well, yeah.
And
at the camp, there was it was Ben giving orders. No,
yeah, exactly.
No Jacob inside.
Yeah, and this theory sort of explain the idea that Jacob's dead explains why Ben has seemingly been in charge the whole time.
Yeah.
Unless then I guess our other theory was that Juliet was sort of upset. Something happened and Ben sort of took control, and maybe wasn't there something with Juliet's husband or something? What happened with that? Did we? I'm getting this idea. Remember in the beginning of the season 3, and she's baking the muffins, and like she gets all upset and cries.
Yeah.
And there was something to do with like her husband or something, or did we just make that up?
I think we speculated that Ben and Juliet might have been involved.
But I thought there was something like Juliet's husband or whatever was the guy who was in charge, and then Ben got in control.
Oh yeah. Okay. You're right. Yeah.
But
Juliet's husband.
We just made up the whole husband thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just to try to explain. As far as we know, there's no on-island husband.
Yeah.
And this episode makes me think that that's true.
Well, then maybe in that scene, Juliet's just crying because she's still stuck on the island,
Yeah, see, that's exactly how I interpret it. I feel like the way her character is now is because of being stuck there, and that's exactly why she was upset, and and I think if I remember right, oh God. I can't find what I'm talking about.
That's okay. We'll wait.
I read somewhere. Hopefully, I read somewhere that Carrie appears somewhere in this episode. I can't find it. Never mind.
Carrie, you mean Sissy Spacek?
No, I mean the book.
Oh. Well, no, yeah, the book appears during the book club.
No, in this episode.
Oh. By this you mean this one.
I thought I remembered reading on the forums that it appears, but...
Oh, I can't imagine where. Unless it's in, like, the sister's room or something.
Yeah, that's... maybe. But I can't find what I'm talking about, and so I'll just give up.
Wow, you made a very good point there.
I'm sorry. I was going to try to tie that in and say, that's why she was so adamantly defending this Carrie. Yeah, no, I think sad, not just because she's stuck there, but, because of her sister's situation, probably having no idea what's going on there. And,
yeah.
Or
maybe that was the day her sister was supposed to have the baby or something.
Yeah, very well could have been.
Although that couldn't have been, because that would have been at least 2 years and some time before. Because she's been on island 3 years.
It would have been about 3 years previous that she came to the island. And so 9 months later, yeah, you're right,
yeah,
no way.
Yeah, no way.
No way. She should have had the baby, I guess, around
200-something years ago, yeah.
Something like that. June of 2000.
Why do you say June?
9 months from September.
What's September? How do you know it's September?
Well, because the way the timeline works, where they are now is like early December.
Mm-hmm.
And she says at the end she's been on the island for 3 years, 2 months, and 28 days.
Okay.
So if you subtract 2 months and 28 days from the beginning of the December, you get the beginning of September.
Okay.
So, and then 2001, the beginning of September, because it's 2004.
Okay, so, well, yeah, and the plane crashed in November, though, right? I thought the plane crashed
No,
in
the
November.
plane crashed September 22nd, 2004.
Okay. And they're in December now.
So, yeah, it's December now.
Okay.
So that means that if she came to the island in early September 2001, then her sister should have delivered it in about June. Or maybe May.
Or maybe she didn't carry to term.
Or maybe she didn't carry to term.
Or maybe
But
she
doesn't
wasn't
know that,
pregnant at
and
all.
that's why she's sad.
And that's what she said, exactly. Today could have been my niece or nephew's birthday, maybe. And now I'm sad.
Yeah.
Alright, so back to the show. There's a long, but important and interesting tangent.
Indeed.
That's what I say. So the next scene, Juliet goes to tell Ed off that it works, and I love this little detail that I'm so happy they put in here, because they didn't need to, but Ed's talking on the phone, and he's like, because you're insufferable and you're mean. Well, you asked me to be honest, Mom. I just love that. I don't know who's worse, the mother or Ed, for saying it, but I thought that was hilarious. It was such a nice and spoken little thing. I just love that whole little thing. And
Yeah, I put it down as sort of a cliche line, because I've heard that before.
yeah,
Some variation on, because you're a bitch. All right, Mom, gotta go.
yeah, exactly.
Like it's it's a thing. Like have them say something ridiculous and then reveal they're talking to their mom. It's like, yeah, it's sort of a classic joke, I think.
Yeah,
But very good. I like it.
it just came out of nowhere.
It did.
You know, it was like, what? And then who? Okay, and then like,
It's a little detail that was absolutely not necessary.
absolutely not necessary.
Take it out. You have exactly the same episode.
Unless his mom is Russo.
Unless. Oh no! Speaking of, we got to talk about that. But
Oh, we gotta talk about her crazy butt. So anyway, she tells him that Rachel is pregnant, and I thought it was interesting that she says it worked, not it works.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Well, there's a slight difference there, and
Get ready, guys! It's time to split hairs.
It's time to split hairs,
Claude.
and today on Splitting Hairs with Claude, I will take it worked versus it works. And we'll cook this on high for 20 minutes and sprinkle with a little pesto. No, I just thought it was weird that she said it worked instead of it works. Because, I mean, if you have a formula or, something you created or something, it works. Like, currently, present tense, it works. Not like it worked this one time, But I don't know. That's just me.
But you can't deny the truth of the sentence that it works.
No, it's definitely true.
Because I think the difference is when you say it works, you're referring to the procedure in general, and when you say it worked, you're referring to the specific application on this one person.
Yeah.
I think
okay.
that's... Yeah. I think that's the...
I guess she can't say it works until she's done more testing and blah, blah, blah. Okay, see,
Right.
I'll buy that. See, that's why I need to split hairs, and now we're all
No, hey,
better
I
for
enjoy it. We gotta. That's gotta be a segment because that's you're very good at that.
Yeah, splitting hairs with Claude.
You catch up on these little things. Like I never would have pointed that out for any reason. But
Yeah,
that's
a lot of times it happens because I sort of try to figure out what the character is going to say next sometimes, and so I assumed she was going to say like something along the lines of it works. So when she said it worked, I'm like, well, why did you say that instead of what I told you to say? Yeah. Okay, so he, blah, 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 gets hit by the bus and comes out of nowhere, or does it? Now, one of the things I want to talk about with this bus thing is, the unlikelihood that she would suggest to get hit by a bus and he gets hit by a bus is one thing, but just the actual, like, act of a speeding bus hitting him, like, barring any supernatural influence here, that means that bus was like I mean, with the idea that the bus was supposed to hit him, like, on purpose, like, that would have been a very hard thing to engineer.
Oh yeah. Ridiculously hard.
Ridiculously hard.
They have to know when he's going to walk in the street and arrange for a bus to be there at the right time.
And speeding, by the way. Like,
and speeding.
Not just like it's sort of there on the right schedule, but it's like going fast enough to kill him instantly.
And how often are people standing in the street? I mean, how often are they going to get this chance? Like,
yeah.
And to have a bus there, I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous.
For him to step off, and he didn't look like he was in a crosswalk either, like, for him to step off the street and not look where he was going and stand and turn, and for a bus to be there, the odds are astronomical.
Indeed. Yeah.
That's why I mentioned, any sort of supernatural influence here.
Right.
I'd love to see some footage, some maybe Zapruder footage, if like that bus appeared out of nowhere and just like hit him.
Oh wow!
But anyway, he gets hit by a bus nonetheless. And a sad day for the Burke family. We go to the next scene, which is we're back in
his mom's gonna feel bad.
His mom's gonna feel bad because he said he'd call her back later, and she's gonna be waiting by the phone.
Yeah,
cursing his name.
The last thing he told me was that I was insufferable and mean.
That bleep 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 told me he would call me back. Okay, so back in the surgery room.
Oh, hold on. Real quick. I guess you agree. I don't know. What I got the sense that this bus thing is it's sort of building up the power of the Middleos and whoever their backers are, and also it's very dramatic and crazy that she would say that and then it would happen. Mm-hmm. I feel like it's there for drama and it's wildly unrealistic. I guess that's
I agree. I think it's both. Because when she first said, I think it's hit by a bus, it's such a cliche thing to say.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not like she said, I hope he chokes on his steak, or I hope he gets poisoned by whatever, or I hope he, gets an aneurysm, like something else. But getting hit by a bus is such a, like, rare, but it happens. But anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's sort of both. It's the drama of it. It comes out of nowhere. Although, I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn or anything because it's nothing to toot my horn about. But when she said get hit by a bus, I was like, he's going to get hit by a bus.
Yeah.
And I said, I guess I'll say I knew that about maybe 60 or 70% not sure. Because I'm like, you don't kind of say that line. Because I just sort of knew that she was going to have to go to middle work at some point, So it's like, okay, well, what's it going to take? He's got to get out of the picture somehow. So I really wasn't surprised by the bus thing, but yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that it actually happened because how do you arrange something like that?
When I heard the line, I thought the same thing. I immediately thought, oh, he's going to get hit by a bus. But I read a spoiler a long time ago that some old guy was going to get hit by a bus. Like, that's it. That's all I knew.
Yeah.
And so as soon as she said that, I'm like, oh, he's going to get hit by a bus.
Nice.
And then it sort of fit into the plot. Like, when I heard about it before, I'm like, God, how is that going to relate to anything?
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't figure I'm like, God, what kind of flashback is this? But it all makes sense in context. But that's why, I don't know, if I didn't know that, I don't know if I would have thought. I'm pretty easily manipulated, but I did in this case. So anyway.
Yeah. Okay, next scene. You ready?
Yes.
So we're back in the surgery room. Jack asked Tom, well, if you guys can get off the island, why couldn't you just take Ben to a clinic or a facility to get this procedure? And Tom begins to tell Jack, well, they can't get, since the sky turned purple, and then, Jack sort of fittingly cuts him off, and we don't get to hear exactly what they can't do since the sky turned purple. But the implication is that they can't get off the island since the sky turned purple.
Yeah.
You sound like you have something to say.
There's a problem here.
Okay. I know what the problem is. Let's talk about the problem.
All right. So you want to say what the problem is, or shall I?
No, well, you can say it. We're both going to say the same thing, I think. So
Okay. So
let
the problem.
let me guess. It has something to do with Jack.
What I'm gonna say doesn't really have anything to do with Jack.
Oh, well, I got another problem, man.
Okay, interesting. We'll have different problems. Here's my problem.
Okay.
He says, "Why didn't you take Ben to a facility?" Tom says, "Ever since the sky turned purple," trails off, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They didn't take Ben to a facility because something had happened since the sky turned purple. When did the sky turn purple? It turned purple when they were on the docks, ready to take Jack, Kate, and Sawyer away.
Yeah.
They were already in the process of kidnapping them.
Yeah.
When that occurred.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Oh.
But I mean, I said it was about Jack because, they claim Ben wanted Jack to do the surgery, but they were already taking Jack before that.
That's the thing. So they can't, if that's the reason, that doesn't even make any sense. Here's the thing. If that's true, they had time. They could have taken him before. I don't understand why they didn't just take him.
Okay, here's my theory.
If that shit just happened, it just happened.
Yeah, I got a couple ideas of why they didn't take him. I think there's a lot going on here in terms of this little part of the story with Ben and his tumor. I don't think everyone knew about it. I don't think Tom and the rest of them really knew about it. I'm sure Juliet was probably the first to find out. Now, I don't remember specifically when those first X-rays were taken. Do you remember when Ben found out he had the tumor?
Well, I don't think we know.
Well, I remember.
I'm sorry.
It was 2 weeks or something.
It was days. I think it was 2 or 3 days after I found out that I had cancer. The doctor fell from the sky.
Okay, but then when he says, I remember Jack asked about the X-rays. He said, "How long ago were those taken?" And didn't he say did he say a couple weeks?
Oh, I don't remember that line.
Okay, well anyway, it was a couple days before Jack came that he found out he had the cancer.
But no. He knew he had cancer a long time ago.
Oh, well, what did you just say?
Because remember that whole line about, "Do you believe in God, Jack?" And
yeah.
He says, "Do you?" And he says, "Well, I do because, a few days." God, what episode was that?
That must have been not I do. That was that the third episode?
No, it's definitely not Further Instructions.
Oh God,
it's probably 4 or 5. I'm gonna guess it's 5 because I think in 4 it was still a mystery. Let's try.
Yeah, Tom does say 2 days since the sky turned purple. We've been blind. Our comms are down. That's the thing about the sky.
Let's see. Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
2 days after I found out I had a fatal tumor on my spine, a spinal surgeon fell out of the sky. Therefore, he knew he had a fatal tumor on his spine on September 20th, 2004. He's known it for a long time, and he has not done anything about it.
Well, I mean, a little bit to his defense, he didn't know that Jack was a surgeon until after they got the list and stuff like that. So I'm not sure what time that was. The time between he got Jack on the dock, from when he got Jack on the dock till before he found out who Jack was, I don't know what that time frame is, But yeah, no, he definitely knew for a while that he had that. So
what I'm saying is he had plenty of time to go to a facility.
No, he could have. Yeah, I agree. And so this is what I think. I think that. Well, I think this means if we take everything at face value, I think this means that. Oh, did I make my point? No, I'm kidding. I think this means that
if I just stop, my point was made. Surely
that Ben didn't necessarily tell everyone about the tumor when he found out about it, and I think that also means that Ben didn't want Jack just because of the surgery, which is what he claims. But that can't be true since he had him before, because he had him on the dock when the sky turned purple,
Yeah.
because he could have gotten off the island before. So that makes me think that that Tom didn't know. Tom didn't know that Ben wanted Jack for the surgery until after the failsafe went off, until they got him. You know what I mean? Like, after Ben captured Jack, that's when Ben said, hey, I need him for the surgery.
Okay.
And that maybe Ben never said, well, why didn't you, because Ben could have just said, I just found out I've got cancer, blah, 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 and we need to keep him for this reason, I don't know, that's a little screwy theory. I don't really like that.
But then the reason would be, at least from his perspective, well, I didn't know about it until a couple days ago, so I couldn't have done anything. But the question is, from Ben's perspective, why didn't he go somewhere? Why is he mucking around, taking people's names, and getting caught in nets and all this nonsense, when he could just be going to a facility and getting this thing treated?
Yeah. Well, my other part of that was that he wanted Jack specifically, like, even after he found out who Jack was, like, he wanted Jack specifically, sort of because of what he said about it being fate and the whole God thing, but because he knew Jack was sort of the best in the world. So after he finds out who Jack is, I can see him having good reason to not go to a facility if he plans to kidnap Jack and have Jack do this surgery, because he is, going to be the best and free. But they're
not in the best conditions. Like, Jack at a facility would be better.
Well, true, but he's not going to get that. He's not going to kidnap Jack and then bring him to some mainland somewhere and then.
Well, so you go to the group and say, "Hey guys, we'll take you home. Jack, can you please help me out?"
Oh,
that's not good. He's not going to do it.
That's not good TV.
I understand. I understand. I think there's a real problem of logic here.
Yeah, I think maybe because he said we can't get off the island basically since the sky turned purple. But why couldn't you have gone before would be the question.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a very recent development. You guys were already in motion before, Did that change their plans? Did the sky turning purple, when Ben saw that, did he say, okay, well, now I guess we'll go to the Hydra Island, and before we were going to go do this thing, and now we'll do that.
It seems like whatever reason that they wanted Jack, Kate, and Sawyer seems to be a little bit different now. I mean, we still can't figure out why they wanted them in the first place, and it seems like, why take Jack? I don't know, why take Jack in the first place? He claims it was for the surgery, but he could have gone off the island somewhere. I guess my question is, how long was it before he knew who Jack was? Because
that's a good question.
If it's a short amount of time, then it's like, okay, well, he was just waiting to see, and maybe that was the whole thing with maybe that's why Henry, I call him Henry. Maybe because this is why I call him Henry. Maybe that's why Ben infiltrated the hatch, the Swan hatch, as Henry, because he was trying to get to know who Jack was.
I got that sense too. Do you think Ethan knew Jack? Do you think Ethan knew who Jack was? Do you think that's a safe?
I think Ethan's time there, he pretty much, because I think, being around those people, you get to know who's who and whose, field is what. So
yeah,
I think he had a good sense that, at least since Jack was such a prominent member of the group.
Yeah, he was pretty much a leader in the early days.
Yeah.
And I think, so that means they could have known about Jack as early as episode 10 of season 1.
Yeah.
Which is really early.
Yeah.
So even that's problematic. Why didn't he... They went for Walt, they went for Claire's baby. Jack, Nothing about Jack until the very end of season 2. They had him in the hunting party. He was right there. No, didn't bother with him.
It sort of makes me think that the writers didn't create this tumor thing until later.
Yeah, It makes me think that too. That's the thing. I was gonna say either they kidnapped Jack Hayden Sawyer for some other reason, and then sort of changed plans midstream and said, "Well, we'll do this instead," or there's just a writing problem.
Yeah, there's something going on there. And I mean, is there any other is there a better reason you can think of why? Because I mean, the reason that Tom gives is the failsafe went off. Is there a more plausible reason why he wouldn't have gone to get help earlier?
See, I thought that the others, I figured it was they they only have contact with the outside world to the extent that they need to survive. That to get the things they need to live comfortably.
Yeah.
But I got the sense that they're this insulated community that doesn't really want outside influence, and they don't want to venture out into the outside world. Like I got the sense that he wouldn't want to leave. That was what I was thinking. That he just would want to stay there.
Yeah.
And maybe that is the reason, and Tom doesn't want to say that. I don't know. Maybe he's just wrong. In which case, it's not such a big deal.
Maybe the whole point of Tom's sentence was just reiterating the fact that things changed for them after the failsafe went off.
Yeah, and I mean he had a line already in Every Man for Himself about the comms being down after the sky turned purple.
Yeah, I read that a little while ago.
Yeah, that they're blind, which I thought was also interesting, because being blind seems like it's different from not being able to communicate. Seems like they have some kind of way to watch certain things that's been messed up.
Yeah.
When you say blind, So, anyway. You might be right. It's emphasizing that point, and it's not really the real... Ben maybe has his own reasons for not doing that.
Yeah, it's the whole thing of why they wanted Jack, and then, alternatively why they wanted Hayden Sawyer. I wish they would tell us and get it over with.
It'd be nice.
It'd be nice to get that, Obviously, they don't seem too concerned about the building anymore.
Like, it'd be great, like, if Juliet knew, sending them off. Oh, they wanted you for blah, blah reason. I know it sound weird and be out of nowhere, but it'd be nice to hear something. Yeah,
or maybe something weird like, now that you're leaving, they'll never finish that project they're building, and they won't forget that.
Yeah. Yeah, what about that nonsense?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, it really was only, technically, yesterday when they were building that, but it seems like it was a long time ago.
It does. It was months ago, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. That's a weird thing. It's hard to keep this timeline straight. I'm still shocked. It's it's 2004. They don't get to move ahead very much in time.
Yeah, man, they haven't seen the new iPhone. Man, they don't know what's going on. All the new movies that came out.
That's surely the best thing to have come out in the last
you know what?
years or so.
Besides the PS3 and Xbox 360 and the Wii, what else you got, man?
Wow, video game, and then phone / multimedia device.
Yeah. Hey, what else do you want?
Interesting. I think that says something about modern times, but that's for another podcast.
Yes, that's for our Modern Times podcast. The criticism of the pros and cons regarding. Okay.
Okay. So I think we've addressed this sufficiently.
I've got one more thing. Now that
Excellent.
We're done, I got one more thing. Tom says, since the sky turned purple. Now, I thought that was interesting, because that sort of implies that he doesn't know why the sky turned purple.
You're right.
He didn't say, since the failsafe was activated,
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, that means that to me, that means that Ben also doesn't know why the sky turned purple, or he didn't tell Tom why the sky turned purple if Ben knows about the failsafe.
Now, see, this is related to another question that I wanted to ask later or earlier and forgot that. But so the question is,
thank you.
How much do the others know if this Middlelos is continuing in the footsteps of Dharma, like you suggested? How much do they know about what Dharma was doing? You know, do they know about the hatch and the button? And
they
all
know
that?
about as much as Dharma was doing as they know about as much as Dharma was doing. You like that answer? That's my that's my woodchuck answer. How much chuck could a woodchuck chuck? Well, Middleos would know as much as Middleos would know. I don't know. I don't think Middleos is... that's the thing. I don't really think that they are... I did imply that, didn't I? Or said that specifically. But I don't really think that they are sort of... I don't know. I can't really reconcile what's going on with me. Because I think the people in the others camp, I feel like those are Dharma people. I feel like those are people from the Dharma utopian society, largely. Now, I think there's some other people like maybe Ethan and Juliet who were conscripted, to join up, maybe through alternative, things. Maybe for each person that they try to get, they have some made-up company that facilitates their interests. Like if Ethan was good at, obviously Ethan's medicine too.
Yeah.
I don't know what his specialty is besides kidnapping women, but that's a hard specialty in medical school. So anyway, I don't know. My point was that maybe maybe
gathering
they make up,
firewood.
Yeah, maybe looking evil. Maybe they make up
spontaneous generation and degeneration of scars.
Yeah, exactly. Zombieism. All right. I'm done. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe they make up...
It was good, though. Ethan has a lot of specialties.
He did. He was very smart. Maybe they make up fake company fronts for for whatever person they're trying to get. Maybe when they got Kelvin, they did something because he was whatever. And
whoa, you think Kelvin was recruited in the same way?
I don't, but I don't necessarily not think that.
Because he referred to the people who Ethan and Juliet are residing with as hostiles. And he referred to himself as being a part of Dharma. Yeah,
no, I think Kelvin joined Dharma, like one joins the Peace Corps.
Yeah, I guess I see Kelvin as being a different case. I feel like he was one of the last participants in sort of the original plan.
Yeah, but I think... Yeah, I definitely don't think he was, they got him the same way, but I think they got him nonetheless.
How did they got him?
They got him. That reminds me of the next scene. I'll make fun of that later. I don't know. The middle. I gotta think some more about this Middlelos thing. I keep wanting to say middle work.
Are you? Yeah. Well, that's a thing from the Lost Experience.
Yeah.
But are you? So is your thinking that a relatively small percentage of the others has been recruited in the fashion of Juliet and possibly Ethan?
Yes. Now, I think maybe Juliet could be sort of the only one, but I think it makes more sense that they sort of recruited a couple more for whatever reasons. But I don't know. I'm firm on the majority of the others being Dharma, ex-Dharma participants,
right.
From the utopian thing. To me, that makes sense.
See, I'm glad you say that, because that was my theory that I thought was destroyed by this episode, having them sort of being recruited, and I got the impression that it was sort of more even, like a lot of recruits and maybe a few like Ben who are sort of originals.
Yeah. Now,
because like where do you think Ethan fits in? Like he's do you think he was an original other from the island and he sort of came to recruit, or do you think he sort of joined up and then went to the island?
Well, what does an original other from the island really mean? Because I mean, at some point he has to come from America, so.
Well, an original other would be born there.
I don't think he was born there.
Okay.
I don't think he was born there. Now, I do want to say, as firm as I am about the majority of the others being Dharma people, I think it's just as likely that they're not, and that that maybe Dharma, created that camp, the utopian camp, for their own people, and then they died out or whatever happened, and then Middlework came and took over and settled there.
Okay.
So I want to throw that theory out there that maybe Middlework. Maybe those are Middlework people that we saw. I'm sorry, Middlelos people. Yeah, I was working it. Middlelos people. I was like, what are you saying? You
get it wrong once and I let it go. Get it wrong 3 times in a row, I have to start saying something.
Nice.
It becomes a consistent, error.
No, please, thank you. So I don't know. My hands are up in the air about what's going on with that. I need some time to think. I need more evidence to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. But just the idea that the others recruit people from the real world goes against what I thought they were.
I agree, but I think maybe you can gel that with the idea that they weren't always like that, and maybe they got desperate. I mean, obviously, if they can't have kids or something like what's going on that we think is going on, then they get desperate and they have to sort of change their usual modus operandi.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Very good. I guess I don't have to completely abandon my theory. That's nice. I was a little sad about that.
Well, good. So, okay, back to my little question. Do you think Ben knew that the sky turning purple had a connection to the failsafe?
I do.
So you think Ben knows there's a failsafe?
Yeah. Oh. Not necessarily.
I'm leaning towards not.
I think he knew. I feel like he knew that had something to do with the swan hatch and the button. I guess I want to go that far. Did he know that there was a failsafe? I don't necessarily think so.
Okay.
But I feel like he had an idea of what was going on.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would sort of, if I was him, assume at least in terms of the general area from where the sort of explosion or implosion came from.
Please.
But you can sort of tell what's going on. But because people have said, I think we said, we pointed out that he's got that look on his face at the end of that episode when he sees it, sort of like, oh, it was only a matter of time,
right,
or whatever. But maybe
and the actor himself, when he was interviewed, said that that's pretty much what he was going for.
Mm-hmm.
Was I saw that coming.
Yeah. Which is like, how can you see it coming if you don't know about the failsafe?
It doesn't even make sense. The whole thing is problematic. We've gone over this a million times, but
yeah.
He pushed the button and said he didn't and tried to get Locke not to do it, and then God.
Yeah.
And then it happened, and then that messed up their shit, and it's like, well, why did you... But whatever. I don't know what he was doing. It doesn't make any sense.
Here's the question. If he did know about the failsafe, right?
Okay.
Then that should also mean that he knew what it would do, right? If it was used.
If he knew about the failsafe, would he know what it did? Yeah. Maybe.
My point is...
I don't know, though. Like Kelvin knew about the failsafe, but I'm not sure if he knew specifically what it would do. I feel like he knew in a general way what it would do.
Okay.
Like, how specifically do you mean?
Well, I meant, like, causing the sky to turn purple and maybe releasing all the magnetic energy on the island. My point is that
Yeah, sorry.
if he knew what the failsafe was capable of and had a vested interest in it, then you think he would want to stop it. You know, like if he needed if that magnetic energy is needed on the island and it protects the island or whatever it's doing, and if the others are invested in that, you think he would want to stop them from doing that if he knew about it.
Yeah.
If he cared, which it didn't sort of seem like he cared.
It actually seemed like he actively wanted the opposite.
He wanted them to keep pressing the button and it not to be destroyed.
No, he
Oh.
wanted them to not press the button
And
for it
for-
to be destroyed.
Yes. Okay, why though?
I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't know what he was doing with those suggestions. Like, if he doesn't know, why would he do that? If he does know, why would he do that?
The answer to both questions is 23. All right.
Like, it seems like either way, he shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
I mean, I think if he knows about the failsafe, okay, say for instance he knows about the failsafe, he knows, okay, if they don't push the button, well, here's, okay, before I ask him this question, do you think, okay, does not pushing the button, okay, obviously not pushing the button doesn't do the same thing as turning on the failsafe, right?
Right.
Okay. So I was trying to think, like, if he tells them not to press the button, then the hatch gets destroyed, and potentially the whole island, potentially the whole world.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if he believed that, why would he tell them not to press the
It'd be
button?
extremely foolish.
Okay. So obviously that's either not true or he doesn't believe that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the corollary to that would be maybe he believes that they don't press the button, and then things will escalate, and it seems like they're all going to die, and then someone will hopefully turn on the failsafe, which is maybe what he really wanted.
But do you think he can? I mean, why
Now,
would you
yes,
think-
exactly. Can he count on someone doing the failsafe? I
I
don't
mean,
know.
would you even think any of these people know about the failsafe?
Well,
They
he
clearly
knew.
have no
He
idea what's
knew.
going on.
I think he probably could guess that Desmond knows.
Do you think he even knows about Desmond?
Oh, Ben knows about everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not clear on how much he knew about any of that stuff that was going on, as far as Desmond and Kelvin and Brzezinski and, you know.
I feel like. I feel like
They were...
Desmond, Kelvin, and Rosinski were definitely on the island at the same time as Ben, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And if Kelvin and Rosinski are calling the others hostiles, then they sort of know about each other. So Ben's going to know about Kelvin and Rosinski at least, in a general level. They're going to know that there's these two guys out there in this bunker and they're causing havoc for us, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. And I think they're going to be interested in knowing what's going on in the hatch,
Yeah.
Unless, of course, they're sort of Dharma people to a certain degree and they already know what's
That's
going
the
on.
thing. If they know, then what are they doing just leaving him there?
Yeah, that's the thing. We talked about that before. It's like, okay, if Ben, in terms of Ben coming into the hatch as Henry, it's like, if he knows that they have to press the button, why, and that the pressing button's important, then why leave that up to these people who might stop pressing it?
And not only leaving it up to them, but really trying to get them not to do
and
it.
trying to get them to not to do it. Which makes it seems like he doesn't want them to do it. So maybe he doesn't believe it's going to destroy the world. Maybe he just believes it's going to destroy the hatch, and maybe he thinks it'll destroy the hatch and release the energy. And so later, when the energy is released and the hatch is destroyed, he's like, "Well, that's what I wanted in the first place. That's what I wanted. I wanted the energy to be released."
Yeah.
And maybe he did know about the failsafe. Maybe he was like, the only way to release the energy is for the button not to be pressed.
And do you think it's possible that the failsafe was just sort of an accelerated, safe version of what would have happened if they didn't press the button?
I don't. Yeah, that seems plausible. It seems like the not pressing the button was a buildup of the energy. And maybe the energy, yeah, I guess maybe the energy would have been released at some point after the build, like it would have just built up for however many minutes or hours or whatever, and then, but in that meantime, building up, it would have destroyed things, and then eventually it would have released the energy, but the failsafe basically caused it to release immediately and sort of minimize the destruction. I can buy that.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was thinking. You know, that's why once the failsafe goes off, you know, there's no need to press a button anymore. Like,
yeah,
well, there's
no hatch.
There. What?
There's
yeah,
no
well,
hatch.
yeah, but that's the weird thing. Like, did they? Oh, never mind.
The hatch imploded. Let's not talk about that.
Okay, the hatch imploded. Let's move on.
Exactly.
Oh God, so easy, man. I'm no writer, but I would never think I could get away with that.
You know what? You couldn't. And they don't. But
after a season about that bullshit, and then, well, imploded.
Well, Desmond, looks like someone took your clothes. Yeah, I think they tried to get us get our mind off the implosion with a naked Desmond running around.
Yeah.
Implosion? What? Naked Desmond?
Oh, almost worse.
Hey, I bought it. So let's go back to the episode.
Okay.
Body Blue. Maybe Ben knows about the failsafe. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he knows that the purple sky was caused by the failsafe specifically. Maybe he doesn't.
Okay. If he doesn't know, then what was he doing trying to get him not to... Do you think he just thought... Do you think he actually maybe thought that it didn't do anything?
Maybe he knew he was going to die and just wanted to see if it did anything. I don't buy that, but...
Oh. Maybe he was completely without hope. He thought, well, I'm stuck here, and I'm dying anyway.
Well, but he's not stuck there.
Why isn't he stuck there?
Because they can get off the they can get off the island at this point.
No, I meant stuck there in terms of being locked in the armor.
Oh yeah, I see.
You know, because that was the point at which he was doing all this nonsense. So, you know, maybe at that point he really thought, nothing I can do. I'm stuck here. I got cancer. I'm gonna die. I've been curious about this whole business, so let's see what happens.
Well, and I guess I like the idea that he has cancer because, you know, that sort of lends credibility why he would put himself in such a dangerous situation, because he's like, well, what can they do? Kill me? I'm going to die anyway.
What do I have to lose? But the weird thing is, if he was really that curious, he had the chance to not press it during the lockdown and chose to press it. So, you know, I guess he wasn't that curious, or he didn't want to do it himself.
Or maybe he didn't want to die in the implosion.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's weird. It's not as cut and dry as I would like it to be.
Yeah, like, if he didn't want to press it, he could have not pressed it. Whatever. Fuck it. Season 2. Ugh.
Maybe he didn't press it though because or maybe he pressed it because he needed Locke's trust.
Okay. And that helped him
to be a better person inside.
Okay. You know, I thought that was going to be so important. Never mind. It's going to come down to him having to protect Locke or whatever. No, Michael shoots and then he's gone and that's it.
Yeah, but don't forget, you know, I think Locke and Ben aren't through.
Oh, I agree. They can't be.
I mean, that line, "I was coming for you, Locke," like, I don't buy that, but I think there's some bit of truth in there.
I think they were the closest. I don't know if that makes any sense. He took the most interest in Locke.
Was he Locke's only friend?
Yes.
Or Locke was Ben's only friend?
The closest thing he had to Locke.
Nice. Why are you telling me this? Okay. Can we go back to the episode?
Oh, can I mention one more cliche?
Apparently.
To go along with that is, are you telling me this because of blah, 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 or are you telling me this because of this other thing?
Yeah.
Like, that's something. They did that with Desmond and Locke. It didn't even make sense. Are you going after Echo, or...
Yeah. Rose is like, "Oh, I'm going to cook some beans." And Bernard's like, "Are you cooking beans because you're hungry? Or are you cooking beans because you want to eat?" Bernard, shut up.
Yeah, it's like one of them's supposed to be sinister, and then but Juliet's sister does that in this episode. So anyway.
Yeah, no, I totally buy that. Okay, so back to the episode. Let's see.
God,
I'm trying to read my notes, and
so easy to wander off. God.
At least we were talking about Lost.
We were definitely talking about Lost, but that's the thing. This episode is expansive. It's hard to not talk about past episodes.
Yeah, I hear like 15 other podcasters out there like it's not that hard.
How do we do it every week if it's not that hard?
Uh-huh.
How does everybody else do it every week?
Okay, so the next scene is Skate and Alex trying to escape. They find the boat, and then we find out that Alex is Ben's daughter.
For the second time.
Oh, second time. Sorry, I just meant they mentioned it again.
Yeah.
Because he says, they won't. What did she say? Something about Carl living. I
wrote the line down.
Okay.
We both know your father, and the only way he'll let Carl live is if you're here when he wakes up.
Yeah, what a weird line.
I don't even know what to make of that. It's so weird to me. We know your father. He's completely insane, and he's gonna let Carl live as long as you're here. But if you weren't here, then he'd kill Carl because I don't.
What's funny is the transcript doesn't even have that scene. It stops at a certain point. Or is it? Oh no, I'm just kidding. Maybe.
It should be.
Oh, sorry, just kidding. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Haha, joke's on you.
Wow.
If the writer in me tells me that's the kind of line, like if I wrote that line, it's basically, you know what, I can see them in the writer's room right now. Hey guys, you know what, Alex is poised to escape here with her boyfriend and with, Kate and Sawyer. What do? We need Alex to stay. Yeah, you're right. Alex needs to stay because of blah, blah, blah we got planned later. So what are we going to do? Well, we'll just have Juliet tell her the only way he'll let Carl live is if you're here when he wakes up. That's the kind of line to me that means basically they need Alex to stay plot-wise, and they don't have a really good reason for her to stay that they can just tell us.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because that line is so off. It seems like some sort of contrivance to get her to stay.
Now, here's my big question that I was thinking all throughout sort of this whole thing with their escaping. What's to prevent the others from re-kidnapping Kate and Sawyer and Carl at this point? Like, once they get back to their island, why can't the others come and get them again if they really need them so badly? Or if they just want to kill them, they can just go kill Kate and Sawyer.
Nothing.
This idea that it seems like the writers. I mean, it's not like
it just takes more effort.
Yeah, it's not like it's the writer's fault, but I think, and I was doing the same thing, I think a lot of people watch the episode and, the past couple episodes with them escaping and think, oh, once they'll escape, they'll be fine, but it's like, that's not true. Like, the others have continued to sort of attack them all throughout the whole series.
Yeah.
And it's like, why would they stop now? I mean, just because they're, you escaped, and Ben almost died so you could escape, like... Now we're really gonna get you.
Yeah. Like, okay, well, I guess we have to give up. Let's go home and hang our heads in our failure.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah, I never understood all sorts of things. When I don't know, how should I even bring this up? Carefully. When they sent Michael to go rescue, then he specifically said, Michael said to Miss Clue, if you want him back, why don't you go get him back? Mm-hmm. And she says, we can't do that.
Why not? Because we don't want to.
Like, first of all, classic Miss Clue.
Classic Miss Clue. Classic Clue. It's classic Clue.
Second of all, what? you can do all this other shit and you can't manage that. Like I don't understand why that's so hard. And it almost seems like they are defeated by this. But I don't understand why. They've kidnapped people from the camp before.
Yeah, so maybe it's like the only way they could get Kate and Sawyer back is if someone else, they convince someone else to get them in a trap.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Ethan was there in the camp, and he himself took Charlie and Claire, you know.
Yeah.
If he can do it, why can't someone else do it?
Oh, Ethan's special.
Oh, okay.
Yes. One of the things I wanted to mention, I guess I'll bring it up now since we're talking about Alex and the whole Ben thing, sort of, in the scene. Do you think that... What do you think about Ben being Alex's father?
I think that, first of all, it's not literally true. I don't think he's her biological father. I think she was, kidnapped when she was a baby. Mm-hmm. So, of course, she doesn't... I don't think she knows what her origins were. And I think
her
that...
French origins?
Indeed. I think her real father is Robert.
Okay.
And Ben has sort of, I guess, raised her or acted as her father. And that's all she knows. I don't think she has any way of knowing who her father is. And everyone, whoever knows about this, I mean, this was a long time ago. Mm-hmm. So, people like Juliet, for instance, wasn't there when Alex was kidnapped.
Yeah.
So she might not even...
liberated, please.
She might...
Kidnapping is such an ugly word.
Excuse me.
It's all about perspective.
So Juliet might actually really not know that Alex is not actually Ben's, daughter. Yeah. And there might be a lot of others in that same position where they actually think he really is, her. But then that makes me wonder who's supposed to be the mother in this situation.
Now... Good question. Now, can I pose a crackpot theory?
Okay.
All right. It's crackpot theory time with Claude.
Oh, man. if your crackpot theory is what I think it is, I can't wait.
I don't know what you think it is, but here's my crackpot theory. What if Robert is Ben?
Yep, that's exactly what I thought. That's exactly what I thought.
And here's a couple ways that Robert could be Ben. Okay, first of all, name-wise, Robert could be Ben's middle name, or Robert could be Ben's first name, and Ben's middle name is Ben.
Is he lying about his last name too, Linus?
Who knows? Okay. That's not part of my theory. My theory, the scope of my theory does not include that. Okay, now, I was thinking to myself, okay, how could Ben be Russo's, not Russo's dad, but Alex's dad? Because Russo's dad would be ridiculous.
Yeah, it would.
I was thinking maybe, and I call this a crackpot theory because I don't really believe it, but maybe Ben was part of the research team that got them there, and, that's all you need for that part of the theory, that, they had a baby and blah, blah, blah. Now, she claims that she killed Robert. Maybe she shot him and thought she killed him and didn't, and then she went off into the jungle, and he, whatever, and, got, involved in whatever he's involved in with the others, blah, blah, blah. Long, sad story. And he may not even know that Russo's alive. Now, that's one crackpot theory that how Ben...
Oh, he knows Russo's alive. They've seen each other.
Oh, I forgot. They did see each other.
And, if that's Alex's dad, bitch is going to say something about that.
That pokes all kinds of holes in my theory.
And he ought to say something, too. Like,
I totally forgot they met.
Yeah, they totally met, and she really didn't care enough, if that's who that is. She didn't even ask about Alex.
That'd be funny if she's like, and don't believe him, he'll lie. Just like he lied when he said he was dead, but he really wasn't. I shot him and he said he was dead, but he wasn't. Don't believe him. I'm leaving now.
Oh, boy.
Okay, well, I'm going to give up on that crackpot. I forgot they met. Them meeting and not saying anything really doesn't add up
Yeah.
to my...
See, that's exactly... I had the same thoughts. I was trying to make it work, and then the forums brought up that scene, and I'm like, man, that scene doesn't even... If that's where they were going with that, they should have known, and they really... That scene fails on every level if that's what's going on.
Unless Russo forgot. Like, maybe they brainwashed her.
And Ben forgot, too?
Oh, he didn't want to mention it.
Oh, he didn't want to
It wasn't the right time. He was in a net.
I mean, that's just wow. Now, what I want to say about your theory, although I definitely think it's not true, is it would at least sort of go along with my crackpot theory that the science team being sick was them sort of joining the others.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had that crackpot theory, and it
Yeah.
would sort of go along with that.
Yeah.
If that's what Robert or Ben did. So I like that part of it.
What if they brainwashed Rousseau to make her forget?
Here we go.
Not forget that she had a baby taken, but forget about who took the baby.
Uh-huh.
No. Scratch that. I'll scratch that. How about this? What if Ben had plastic surgery?
All right.
So he doesn't
Alright.
look the same.
Sure.
Why do you have plastic surgery? Well...
But you know what? If they wanted to make it go through, they could.
They could.
If they
When I
If they
was a
want
boy, I was diagnosed with a rare face disease.
but you know,
And then I got plastic surgery after I had Alex, and it changed my face. All right, I shouldn't be a writer because that's what I come up with.
but you know, what I think they're going for with this is, and even Sawyer has a line where I feel like it's the audience or something, I think Ben had like the same line in the last episode where he says, "Oh, boss's daughter, huh? Didn't see that coming."
Yeah, that was really bad.
It's like, yeah, it's just, Ben said like the same thing about Kate and Sawyer. It's one of these things they throw in there to, and they've said it about other stuff too, where they just sort of have characters react the way they think the audience should maybe.
Yeah.
But I feel like what they're going for with this is a reveal that Ben isn't her father and that she was kidnapped and she'll meet Rousseau eventually. And
Yeah.
I feel like that's where they're heading with this.
It's pretty crappy though, because most of us already assume that. But I guess a lot of the casual fans don't sort of haven't made that connection.
And I think yeah, I think they like that kind of drama, that kind of cheesy drama.
Yeah, and I mean, it's weird. I think if they really wanted to make, this sort of red herring about Alex being Rousseau's daughter, they could have given her a different name or changed the name to a different degree, a nickname or something else, or Ben gave her a new name, didn't use her original name.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd enough that they kept
Yeah,
her name.
we talked about that. How would the others know what Rousseau was going to call the baby, and all that? I don't know. But anyway,
before we take the baby, what's the baby's name?
Yeah, exactly. We'll take them and we'll use your name just to be nice. And that was the other thing. The first thing they did Alex has been the subject of like the flip flop for a long time. I mean, the first big thing was, when they said, Rousseau said she lost her baby Alex, and you thought it was a boy.
Yeah.
And you find out, oh no, it was a girl.
Yeah.
And so they've been doing that whole thing for a while about just in terms of Alex and changing up stuff, but
yeah, that was the whole thing. And in Maternity Leave, there was a scene between Rousseau and Claire where it certainly seems like Claire realizes that it was Rousseau's daughter that rescued her, and Rousseau sort of realizes that her daughter's still alive.
Yeah, but she doesn't seem to care too much.
Well, No, she has an emotional scene, there, and Claire pities her for a few seconds before going back to her usual bullshit. And so I think Claire sort of is maybe the only person who understands who Alex is.
Well, the other thing about that, I have a question that hopefully I'll remember to come back to, but the other thing about Alex is that, Kate saw Alex, sort of first, well, not first, but, during the hunting party when she was well, it wasn't during that episode, but during that time when she was kidnapped. Oh, no, was it? No, it was, wait. Now I'm confused about what happened. It was Michael, right? Who was Alex with? Was it Michael and Kate?
Oh. Michael, yeah.
Somebody was blindfolded. Kate was blindfolded.
Yeah. Alex talked to Michael.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Kate was there.
But Kate was blindfolded, right?
Yeah, she had a bag.
So she didn't. So she didn't see Alex.
She didn't see Alex.
Okay. Now
she might have heard her.
I recognize that voice. You were in the jungle, weren't you? My other question related to Rousseau is, don't you think that Rousseau would have seen the mini island by now? And said, something, possibly said, hey, you know what, there's a mini island, and, I've searched this whole island for my daughter.
But you know what? Shouldn't she have found the other's village by now?
Well, who's to say she didn't?
If she found it, what...
what is she going to do if she finds it? I mean, she's only got one gun. She's one person, one gun.
I mean...
That's not enough against Ethan.
Yeah. No, I understand, but, your daughter's there. I feel like if she went there, I guess maybe she doesn't have the humility, or I don't know what the word is, for her to do this.
Cojones.
But that's not even the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, I know.
It's like letting go of her anger to walk into the village and say, you guys took my baby. You mind if I meet her? You think they'd turn her down? I don't think they would. Well,
maybe she didn't know that her daughter was alive until, the maternity leave incident. And so then I would say after that point, maybe that's when she should have tried to, if she had found the other's camp before, go find it again and then say, but I don't know.
But in the initial stages, I guess it depends on how early she found the village. I mean, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
It seems like, I don't know, if she found the village and that's their home base, that's a place to stake out.
Yeah, maybe she never found it. I mean, it is a big island, and they're sort of nestled right there. And I mean, she's been on the island for 16 years, but at a certain point, you're not just gonna sort of explore the entire island. I think logically you'd explore a large portion of it, but then you don't want to leave whatever your home base is too often. Because the further out you go, the harder it is to sort of, well, I guess you can camp anywhere, but...
I mean, she had those maps and stuff, which made it seem like she had sort of covered...
Well, she definitely covered the, the beach area. She mapped out the beaches and the shape of the island, but the interior is different.
I think it shows other islands on her maps.
You're right, it does show other islands on her maps.
So, maybe she does know about the island.
Then how come everyone was so surprised when the separate island came out? I do remember another island on her map.
Yeah. Well, some people weren't. There was speculation about other islands for a while.
Well, those people deserve a medal.
They certainly think so.
I agree. Okay, well, anyway, Alex, Ben, Rousseau, a happy family if they ever reunite.
Yeah. Oh, man. If she knew Ben was raising her daughter, God, she was way off just handing him off.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What if Ben doesn't even know where Alex came from? I mean, Ben might not necessarily be responsible for Alex's kidnapping.
Yeah, that's true. He would have been sort of young.
Sort of.
Well, let me think. How young? He should have been.
What is he? Almost? He's 45, almost 50.
Yeah. Okay. I guess he would have been 30.
Yeah.
I was thinking he was 40, and then I messed everything up.
Yeah, that messed it all up.
Because then I was like, well, that means he's 24, and that means he's. And then I decided he was only 10 years older than Alex, but never mind. That doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
exactly. Yeah, that really. Wait, if he was 24 when Alex was born and she's 16 now, that means he's only 10 years older than her now. Wow, that's really bad logic, man. That's really bad.
I made a slight error.
Slight. I forgot to carry the one. Okay, so the next scene is we're back at the beach, and Alex has to stay behind, and then my question is, what's Ben's beef with Carl? And we sort of talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, presumably his beef with Carl is whatever he did that got him locked up and put in that room.
Why is the blame all on Carl? Maybe Carl didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, why is it all on Carl and none on Alex?
Yeah.
You know, it seems like Alex has been actively messing up their plan. Alex Rousseau.
Yeah.
Fucking up others' plans
Since 1982. Yeah.
Oh, God. Like, she helped Claire escape.
Yep.
And she also has now helped Kate and Sawyer escape.
Twice.
She, twice. Very good, very good. She, showed up and knocked him around a little bit. She also...
Hits people with rocks in the head.
She also asked about Claire and sort of refused to help bring Kate out in the hunting party episode, although it wasn't actually in the hunting party episode when they showed it.
It was in that other episode.
It was in 3 minutes, which was
Yep.
Michael's flashback. But anyway, we see that she sort of refuses to help out with that situation. So I get the impression she's, actively messing up their plans. She's obviously very mischievous, and they know it.
No, they know it. Yeah.
Whatever Carl did, is it worse than letting Claire go? I mean, maybe they don't know that she did that.
Yeah, I think Alex is getting away, and I think they're sort of trying to tell us that she's getting away with all of this because she's Ben's daughter.
Yeah, that's the thing. I get the impression it's almost similar to Pickett saying, I'm going to kill Sawyer because Son killed Colleen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just because I hate Sawyer.
Yeah.
And, and Ben needs Jack and, whatever. And Ben's like, well, Alex, I care about Alex, but I don't care about Carl. And maybe I don't like Carl.
Yeah.
So, he can take the blame. Because I get the impression that he is, he's with Alex in terms of not liking the other's actions.
Yeah.
And so, but it just, maybe he really did something though. Maybe he did some specific thing.
Well, I wonder why Carl and Alex are against what the others are doing. They and it's like, when did this happen? Because if Alex was was obviously sort of raised by the others, you think she would just sort of naturally go along with whatever they're doing. But for whatever reason, she's just is like, this is wrong. They lie. They blah blah blah. And maybe the crux of that is, they crossed the line when they started messing with Carl. I guess that's when she saw that things were wrong. When her boyfriend, one of their own, got in trouble, and she saw how they were treating him. So she.
Do you think it was that long ago that happened?
What long ago?
Because, I mean, she's been, like I said, she's been messing around with him as early as, let's say approximately episode 15 of season 1. That was her first action that we know of in terms of actively going against the others.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Carl could have been screwing up stuff back then.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like Carl's stuff has been more recent, but
I get the impression she just developed her own moral conscience. And
what? Kids should never do that.
And wasn't able to buy whatever line they give about the greater good. She couldn't justify those actions.
Someone needs to watch a video again.
That's the thing. It seems like Alex is in need of the video.
Yeah.
From their perspective, like why not throw Alex in there? She obviously needs a little mental readjustment.
Yeah, she needs a little booster shot of brainwashing. I did want to mention quickly that the whole thing about the maternity leave, when Claire's was kidnapped and they were gonna take the baby, and you see the room, the surgery room. There's all these medical people. I did want to say, I know I'll bring up that old dead horse. I did want to say that it could be that this episode lends credence to the fact that those people in there weren't just sort of pretending; they were really real medical professions. Because
you're right,
Dr. Alpert said, you'll get your own team of medical professionals. Basically, is what he said. Yeah. So presumably, wherever Juliet was going, there was going to be a team, and she ended up on the island. So the team was probably those people. So
right.
Now, where those people are now is a good question.
It is a very good question. When Ben desperately needs them.
Yeah, exactly. Not one of them is a surgeon capable enough to at least attempt this surgery. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little bit, but let's say they are all fertility experts.
Okay.
I'm just gonna throw that out there. Let's say that's who they recruited exclusively.
Okay, I have another theory, but say your theory.
In which case, they'll all be about as helpful as Juliet.
Okay.
But in Claire's case, they knew what to do.
Well, you definitely need an OBG to deliver the baby and stuff like that. But so yeah, do you think Juliet could? I guess she could deliver a baby. That's medical school 101, right?
Yeah, I think she could.
Fertility is definitely different. It's doing C-sections and delivering babies. I think is different than being a fertility person. But
Kate delivered a baby.
Yeah, didn't she? Yeah, but she went to medical school. She didn't tell me.
Just have to breathe, Claire. Just breathe.
Oh, look at that! The baby popped right out. I'm so simple. How come no one else tells people just to breathe? Everyone else is like, hold your breath, hold your breath. I had another theory. I was thinking maybe those people after the botched Claire abduction, maybe Ben let those people leave the island, but he made Juliet stay.
Yeah, okay.
Because they're really not needed all the time.
No.
And maybe they weren't even there for a while, and he brought them there to do this, and then let them leave or something. So
possible.
It's possible. So bloody blue. Where are we? We're back in the room. Jack panics. He blah blah blah. He cut something. Who cares? So we go. Oh no, we already went past that scene. Sorry.
Yeah,
we're at the beach and yeah. Okay, so now we're back in the room again. It's all about this surgery room. And Kate tells Jack the story, the very sad, touching, poignant story of of Jack's tentatively titled "Count to Five." Just count to five, which he really doesn't do in the episode. But I guess telling the story made him count to five.
Yeah, I think the story itself was inspirational, and maybe he did a mental one, but.
I thought it was interesting how Kate said, they're letting us go, and Jack says, who's letting you go? And Kate says, the blonde woman. And it's similar before how, you sort of assume that everyone knows everyone's name by now. And, you assume Kate knows who Juliet is, but she's just like the blonde woman.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that the writers are aware that Kate doesn't know who she is. Although Kate does because she's a mole. But,
oh, right. Okay.
No, I'm kidding. Now, here's a question. That's probably pretty obvious, but why was Jack so scared when he accidentally screwed up Ben's surgery? He was really scared that Ben would die. Like, I guess this goes back to my earlier thing about, like, is it really that important that Ben lives? Maybe I'm just heartless. I did have
to whom? You?
No, what?
To who are you saying? To whom is it important that Ben live? To Jack?
To Jack. Is it really that important? I guess.
Yeah, I think he takes it as seriously as he does any of his surgical procedures.
So, but yeah, I mean, I can understand being sort of, he wants to fix this guy, but like he was literally like scared. I mean, that was the whole point of the story, was that he was literally scared. And you'd think in a situation like this, after all of his experience, that he wouldn't get scared when he makes a mistake, but he did. So I just thought it was strange that he actually got like, not nervous or apprehensive, but he got like deeply scared that he wasn't going to be able to repair this thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think he was sort of talking, having a nice little conversation. Mr. Badass, I'm going to remove a tumor and have a conversation and talk in a walkie-talkie
and stitch up the kidney sac.
But and then then he cuts an artery. And he's like, shit, I need to concentrate. Like, I think...
Oops.
I think it finally hit him. They're like, man, if I don't pay attention, I'm going to fuck this up. I think he takes, great pride in what he does, and I think he feels like he really needs to concentrate, and, like, making an error like that is probably, I guess, not a trivial thing to deal with. And so I think it sort of put him, on edge. And
yeah, I'll bet that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was purely, it was concern for Ben, so much as sort of a general reaction to the situation.
I love when he's like, he's just like, I don't know what to call it, just like emphatic Jack, I don't know, but like, he's like, hand me the walkie, you want me to, hand me the walkie!
Yeah.
Hand it to me! Like, okay, Kate, tell me the story. You want me to just tell me?
That's his thing. It's like if they don't immediately do it, just yell at them.
Yeah, it's very dramatic. It makes the scenes more dramatic when he's like yelling stuff.
Yeah, it does.
Hand me the scalpel. Okay, so you want to hand me the scalpel.
Jack will answer. Tell me where my friends are.
Oh, it's horrible.
It's a signature thing. He loves that.
He does love it.
You're not... The first word out of their mouth is not what you want. Yell at them.
Actually, he doesn't want any words out of their mouth. He just wants them to do it. Don't ask me about it. Just do it.
Well, if he wants them to say something, then if they don't say it immediately...
Oh, exactly, yeah.
Time to yell. If he wants them to do something and they don't immediately do it, time to yell.
Time to yell. So, and then Kate and Sawyer push off, they leave, and it's sad. And I also thought it was sort of weird how they, she told him the story even though they weren't off the island, because Juliet could have just shot him dead right there after they told the story, after she told the story. And it's like, why don't you tell the story when you're like a little bit out of the range of the gun?
Yeah.
But, hey, that's just me. So we do the flash.
I mean, Juliet shot Pickett. I mean, if she was gonna shoot him, why would she even shoot Pickett?
Well, she needed. I mean, obviously she wasn't going to kill Kate Sawyer, but I'm saying if she wanted to, then she had to kill Pickett because Pickett was going to kill Kate Sawyer. She didn't want that to happen until Kate told the story, so that Ben could be safe so she could get off the island. So once Kate tells the story, she could kill him right then because Jack cuts the walkie off anyway.
Yeah.
So she could have killed him right then, and got them dead, and Ben's alive, and blah blah blah. So
she could have, yeah. All right.
But she's not evil.
No. And Ben said to let him go, so that would be disobeying his order.
Oh, she'd never do that.
Which I think would put her in jeopardy, at least to some extent, as far as her agreement.
Yeah. Well, I guess Ben never told Juliet not to kill him when he was on the operating table. So when she tried to do that, it wasn't breaking an agreement because they never specifically agreed to that. Hey, Juliet, try not to kill me when I go under the knife, okay? Don't plot my death, all right? That conversation never happened, so she can't be faulted.
You got a good point.
So the next scene, we find Juliet. She has to identify the body at the morgue. It's very sad indeed. Edmund was a noble scholar and a wise man, mean to his mother, but nice to his research assistants. He always gave them a helping hand when they needed it.
You're giving him a little, what's the word?
Eulogy. Yeah. He was always there to help his research assistants when they needed extra assistance. In bed. No. Okay. Everyone saw where I was going with that like 20 minutes ago. Okay. So anyway, Ethan and Dr.
In bed, you know.
You know, when they would have sex. You know that thing that they were doing together at night in the dark? Okay.
Oh, you know what was weird? When Juliet snuck in, the lights were off, right?
Yeah, and then they cut the lights on, and then she claimed she was doing research in the dark or whatever. It's like,
and then, as she leaves, they're like, can you turn the lights off? Like, you turn the lights on.
Yeah, I think they only did that because he was rubbing it in her face.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, that was. I'm rubbing this in your face line. That's
I
like,
see.
can you turn the lights off and then roll in that bed outside and then light some candles and then
Unwrap
put on
this condom.
and then put on some easy listening music and then set up a video camera and then you can leave.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good point. Because it's like, we're obviously going to have sex, but let me just make it extremely clear.
I gotta tell you, that's a weird place to have sex if they were
Whatever
having
we're
sex.
going to do, we don't need the lights on.
Yeah. But Edmund, we're gonna read. Shut up. We're gonna go over those documents. Shut up, you.
I thought we were going to reorganize the filing system.
Yeah, shut up, you. I'm trying to do something here, you see? He turns into a 40s gangster.
Shut up, say. I don't like names. They talk too much.
Quiet, you. Alright. So, anyway, Ethan and Dr. Alpert come in right on cue, and Ethan looks so weird with the hair and the face. And, I don't know, it just looks weird.
The hair and the face.
Anyway, so he basically, you know, she's like, what? Oh, my ex-husband's dead, and I said he get hit by a bus, and then he got hit by a bus, and I'm implying you had something to do with it, and he goes, oh, you're obviously under distress, and I don't even remember saying that. And I love how the actor says that line, because he says it both as like, it comes off as a lie and the truth at the same time, which I think is really hard to do.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you don't believe him, but you do. And I don't know, it's somehow the way he phrased it or the inflection in his voice, I don't know. But the way he said it, I'm like, oh, he doesn't even remember. But it's like, oh, he remembers.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like you have to remember, but the way you're saying it, I can almost believe you don't.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I don't even remember you saying that, but I did write it down for later.
Yeah, that's
So anyway, they know her sister's pregnant. They know pretty much everything about her life. You know, which you know, what did he say? They I forgot the line. Something about something.
Let's find it.
Oh, let's find it. Let's waste everyone's time while we look up the...
We're very thorough in our recruitment process.
Yes, exactly.
Which, you know, shades of the others, and they're sort of, you know, looking up stuff about people.
Yeah. It makes sense. So, obviously that means, though, that they really wanted her, they're really interested in her, and that they can't have, like, anyone else, apparently, so... Anyway, I guess she goes to Portland because she has no reason not to go, and
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. You know, after this, you know, she obviously has suspicions that they had something to do with killing her ex-husband. The whole thing is pretty shady. Them showing up in the fucking room where she's identifying the body.
Yeah.
And if she agrees to go, like it seems a little far-fetched to me that she would agree to go.
And I just want to throw in a little bit of realism here and say, you know, he claims he heard on the news that the ex-husband was hit by a bus, and you know, I'm not a mortician, but I play one on TV. No, how long does it take to get a body ready to be seen? I mean, he would be pretty. Did she look at his face?
Yeah.
I mean, his face would have been, like, unrecognizable if he got hit by a bus and run over by a bus.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why she looked at his...
slightly scratched.
No, I think that's the real mystery. How do you get hit by a bus and you only have a slight scratch on your... Like, your head should be, like... Because, I mean, think about the impact of the bus, like, hitting you and then you hitting the concrete. Like, you would be unrecognizable. I didn't even think about that before. How could... She just like, oh, he's got a light scratch.
Yeah, he really looked pretty good. I mean...
Yeah, the forensics test show he died from a light scratch on his face. that was all that was wrong with him. This light scratch. It's a lesson to us all. Be careful of long fingernails because you can have a light scratch.
Oh, God.
I had a point here once upon a time. Do you know what my point was?
Sorry, I don't.
Oh, he doesn't have. He has more than a light scratch, but he's really not that bad. Anyway, I just looked at it.
Yeah. He has scrapes and stuff, but it's just not. It's not very severe.
Yeah. Anyway, I think my point has something to do. Okay, he claims that this is another splitting hairs sort of with Claude, but he claims that he saw it on the news. But I'm thinking, when there's big accidents like that, the news people don't first of all necessarily know who the victim is, and sometimes they don't release the names until the family knows. So I'm like, is it really true that he really could have seen that on the news and then had the time to come down there? But I don't know how long it takes for how long from when the body was hit that she got to see it. But
are you saying this? I mean, I feel like he's lying.
Yeah, my point is, I think he's lying. And I was trying to put in some realism in there to see if it made sense that he could actually... even if it was on TV, I don't think he saw it, regardless if it was on TV or not, I don't think he saw it. But I'm just saying, using that lie that he told, I don't even think that the lie is plausible.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I guess not.
So then they have the whole discussion about Portland. Well, it's not really in Portland proper.
It's more of an outer borough.
Outer borough, adjacent to Portland to the county.
It's
the
more...
commute is a little bit extreme with traffic.
You probably aren't going to want to go into town every day.
Yeah, you want to go into town once every never. So the last scene we have, we're back in the room, the surgery room, and Jack.
Oh, hold on. Before you move on, I want to bring up the fact that they say, give us 6 months, and you can come back before your sister gives birth.
Uh-huh.
So they have this time commitment that obviously wasn't kept. Do you think that's intentional? Do you think they knew they were going to keep her there for longer?
I was thinking about this earlier and I didn't mention it, but I was wondering if maybe... Okay, let me answer your question, then I want to bring up something else.
Okay.
I think that they knew that she was going to be there longer than 6 months.
Okay.
Now, I don't think they knew when she would ever get off the island again, but I think that they knew it would be longer than 6 months. So, okay. My other thing is, here, walk with me on this tangent. What if Middlework was just a regular company, and Middlelos too, just a regular company, and everything they said was sort of true, okay? Like, no ties with Dharma, no ties with anything. Just a regular company, and they're sort of not really in Portland, but they're close. They're in Washington anyway. And what if, this is totally not true, but what if Juliet, was coerced to get into this organization, Okay, I'm gonna stop now because I just thought of a lot of reasons why this isn't true. My point was going to be, what if she goes to work with Middlelos, but that's not how she got on the island?
Uh-huh.
Like she goes to work with them, and then there's some other thing that comes up. Maybe Ethan is working for Dharma or whatever at this point, and Middlelos people don't even know that, and he recruits Juliet later, or kidnaps her later, or takes her later, to the actual island. So, because I'm just wondering in terms of her backstory, where is it going to go from here? Because I'm assuming we'll get some more about what happened. So I was just wondering if, that she didn't just go from working at this place in Miami straight to the island. I feel like there could be room for some other stuff going on there.
Yeah, I expected you to think that.
And you were right.
It popped into my head, he's going to think when they say this that they don't mean the island because he doesn't say, well, we're not in Portland, we're in an island in the South Pacific, and, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I wouldn't expect him to say that.
Southeast of Fiji, and it's all very mysterious, and there was this thing called the Dharma Initiative, and at some point you'd have to believe him. But for me, Ethan's there. You have, a tenuous fertility connection with the kids and stuff, and not only that, they immediately segue from we're not quite in Portland to her saying how long she's been on the island.
Yeah.
So I definitely think she did go straight to the island from there.
Okay. So you think if they do any more backstory on her, it's not going to have anything to do with her being in the States anymore?
No, it should be on island. If they want to do stuff in the States, it's going to be before this.
Yeah, which would be boring.
Which would be really boring. Please no. Please no.
Okay.
If you're listening, please don't.
I can see a little bit of room for something else happening with middle work, like they, she goes to work with them, and it may be, and it's still sinister, it's still tied to Dharma, but something else happened that actually gets her on the island. I could see her meeting Ben not on the island, meeting Ben before, because like Tom says, they have history, and, and obviously he could just be meaning, their time on the island together, but I sort of thought that Juliet might have known him from before that.
Okay.
So anyway, I'll just put in my own head a little leeway there for some other stuff happening before she gets to the island. That she gets there pretty quickly, but maybe some other stuff happens, and she maybe meets Ben before she actually gets to the island. Because Ben could have been the person who recruited her specifically to the island.
See, I think if he says actually we're not quite in Portland, and he means like,
Is that too much to get from the writers though? That they would put that idea in our heads, and they really mean that they're in Peoria or something like.
In this case, well, okay. If that's true, I don't like that. I think that's awful. I love that them saying not quite in Portland, referring to an island in the South Pacific. I think that's great. If they mean somewhere sort of vaguely in the Portland area, and he's really meaning not quite in Portland, and it's not the understatement or whatever of the century, then I just think that's really crappy.
One quick example of how I think this could work out and it not be that horrible is that that Middle Los is not the big company it claims to be, and she gets there wherever it is, and they don't have the money to back up her research and stuff like that, and things are falling apart, and in comes maybe Ben or some other person who lures Juliet and maybe even Ethan to the island for whatever else they're gonna do there. So I could see that happening, but I mean I don't think that's where they're going. But that's all.
Yeah, I feel like Ethan's there to sort of make the ambiguity less to make
or to intensify the distraction.
This is one of those situations where it's something that could just be the obvious thing or it could be a deception, but in this case I'm strongly leaning towards it is what it seems to be. I really don't think this is a deception. I really don't think this is a deception. That would just be ugh. Ugh.
Oh, it would be good if they did it. Shut up. They would do it well.
It wouldn't be.
Man, you'd be like, oh, wow, I can't believe they did that. That's awesome.
I won't say that.
You will, I promise.
I'll give you credit for being right, but I won't like it.
You would, if they do it right, you'll be like, oh, okay, now I see why. Because they won't just do it just to do it. They'll do it for some reason, and it'll make sense, and it'll be the right thing because of how they did it. And I think you'll be like, oh, okay, well, now I see because we find this out about Ethan, or because we find this out about Middlelos, that there's no way they could be the Middlelos be on the island and blah, blah, blah.
Well, at the very least, I don't like this if that's what happens.
Oh, I'll buy that.
So, yeah. But yeah, no, I'm coming down on here to the island, no middleman.
Okay.
I think, yeah. Now you're giving, you've been known to play devil's advocate from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
If you're pressed, what do you really think? Do you?
No. Like I said, I think it's from Miami to the island. I'm taking it from face value, but I'm saying I'm not holding too strongly to that. I'm giving a little leeway just because of how this is her first backstory. I'm thinking that there's room for something else in there, and that they like to play games with where they want the audience to think the story's going. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that there could be more going on than just from Miami to the island.
What my percentages would be like 99-1 or something like that.
Oh.
What do you think?
I'm like 80-20 maybe.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get a sense. I think there's a possibility that we don't get another Juliet flashback. I think we might find out more about Juliet's backstory through maybe a Ben flashback or something else. But I think it's possible that this is it.
Well, I think we definitely need to know how she learned how to make muffins. So we're definitely going to get that flashback. Her in muffin school.
Well, clearly it didn't work.
Oh, yeah, well, maybe she dropped out of muffin school. She didn't.
Oh, okay. That's going to be... Yeah.
Which muffin school is really a 1 hour class, and she missed the last 15 minutes.
Oh, Juliet. You're so unreliable.
It's 10 minutes to read the instructions and 50 minutes to actually bake the muffins. That's the whole class. Read the instructions and do what they say.
Wow. Almost seems like you could kind of just read the instructions, but
Well, how would muffin school stay in business if they didn't charge for that class?
When you have a point, you just have to stand back and marvel at its rightness.
Hey, that's what I do all the time, every day, all day. Speaking of days, Juliet claims she was on the island for 3 years, 2 months, and 28 days.
Indeed.
And I have nothing else to say about that.
Now, the writers pointed out
in
an interview that if you do the math with this, you get a date that's sort of close to a certain infamous date in U.S. history. And
signing of the Constitution.
Yes, and like I said earlier, we're here in December 3rd, something like that. Early December. If you subtract, there's conflicting reports. It's hard to tell exactly what day it is, but it lands her around September the 3rd, 6th, something like that, of 2001. Which is vaguely close to September 11th.
Yeah.
And they hinted that this is sort of intentional, but I just want to say I hope nothing comes of that. I don't know what you can do with that. That's going to be good. I mean,
the only thing I can think in terms of the story and September 11th is that allegedly some of the hijackers of the planes went to pilot school in Florida. I don't know if it was Miami specifically, but I remember they went to they learned how to fly in Florida.
You're
so
right.
I don't know if they're gonna tie that in somehow, like Juliet knew. Like, I don't know what they can do with that.
That's the thing. I just don't see how they're gonna tie in.
Now, like, if they were in New York, like if Juliet, if her backstory took place in like Manhattan, then I could say, oh, well, maybe they're saying that Dharma or Middleos or whatever knew about the attack and they took Juliet before because she maybe she lived near the Twin Towers or maybe she worked there and she would have, then I could see that, but it's not in New York.
Don't you think that would be like seriously going out on a limb for the writers to throw in?
And it would be
like
sort of pointless too. Like, okay, so what? Why bring up September 11th?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's an extremely sensitive issue for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make me angry, but I just think it's kind of crappy. It seems sort of, I don't know.
Well, maybe there's some other big event. I mean, you said around the 5th or 6th of September. Maybe there's something else, maybe less known, but still like important for U.S. history.
Yeah, but it's really close to a big one. I hope I just can't see any way they can use that and make it good. It just seems like a bad idea, and I hope they don't really do anything with that because whatever they do, it doesn't seem like it can be good. It's just not, I don't know. It hasn't been long enough to pull off stuff like that. Like maybe 30, 40 years you can sort of start saying stuff, like they do about maybe the JFK assassination or something like that. You can start coming up with all these things, but I don't think you can pull that off yet.
Yeah, I mean, to me it's like, it's not even a matter of trying to pull it off. It's just like, why would you want to try even to pull it? I mean, what could you gain from that?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like you're sort of capitalizing on a big,
But not even capitalizing, you know what I mean? Because it's like, it doesn't add to the story. It doesn't, like, do anything.
Well, you're calling upon...
Well, yeah, I mean, I see it's an attempt to capitalize, but I don't think you get anything. It's really weird.
Well, you bring up all the feelings that people have about, that event. And I feel like that's what if you're going to bring it up, that's what you want to do. I don't know. And I think it'll definitely have an effect. If they really bring it into the story, I think it'll have an impact. I think it'll get some attention. People.
But, yeah, I mean, if they could figure out a way, to bring it into the story meaningfully.
Yeah, but I just think, I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea. But anyway, I wanted to bring that up since it's something people are talking about.
Interesting. I don't know anything else in 2001. Now, is it the year that's important too? Or just the day?
I think they said a day.
So it's really the day that's important, not necessarily the year?
Well, it's a year. It's a day and a year. It's a specific
okay,
event.
yeah, okay. But what I'm saying, it doesn't, like, if it's September 11th, it's like, it's important what happened September 11th, 2001, not just what happened September 11th in any random year. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because if they're trying to say the day is September 6th, and they're trying to call upon the whatever fertilization, the first fertilized whatever artificially fertilized fetus, September 6th, 1981 or something, like.
Oh, see, no. I think they're saying it's an event that happened on that day in that year.
In that year, okay. Well,
I think that's what they mean. I mean, they weren't that. I don't remember how they phrased it. I'd have to look it up, and I don't think I could find it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, given that, I don't know what they could possibly be talking about besides September 11th. So I hope.
Yeah,
that's,
I agree. I
that's
agree.
not-
It seems ironclad, but I don't know where they're going with that, and it doesn't seem to me to be anywhere good. But it can't be that big of a part of the story, so I'll just withhold.
Or maybe it's just like man, she left on September 11th, 2001. Guess what that was, guys? And that's the end of it.
And that's it. Yeah, if that's it, that's fine. Whatever. That's not a big deal.
But it's like, why make it that day?
Yeah, I know. It's not. There's no reason to. Except that you really want to call upon that event and what people feel about it and bring it into your story.
Yeah, but the question is, once you bring it into the story, how are you going to use it? Like, other than, because it's useless just to say, Anyway, we're rambling. But
unless they do like what you said, and, and Dharma, or there's actually some actual connection between the story and the events.
Yeah. Now, they're treading on dangerous waters trying to say anything about September 11th.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
That if they go down that road and say, oh, Dharma's behind September 11th, it doesn't make me angry, but it will make a lot of people angry. People are extremely sensitive about that. I mean, the only thing you can beat with that is like talking about, religion.
Yeah.
Just like, when Ben asks Jack if he believes in God and he doesn't answer, it's one of those things that if they did have him answer, it's sort of a, it's a tricky thing to deal with. So.
Yeah, I was just on this TVGuide.com community thread that Critical Myth, they're talking about the episode, and one of their speculations about the September 11th connection is that what if the attacks were designed to hide Juliet's trip to the island?
Yeah.
Which, I'm like, and they also say, why would something like that need to happen if there is a connection? And the answer is, it wouldn't.
Yeah. Oh, God, I hope they don't do that. Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
See, I just don't like it. I don't think writers shouldn't do it on principle. I just think it's crappy.
I think a little bit of both. I mean, I think it's crappy, but I think if they were going to use it, there would just be no benefit to use it in a show like Lost. There just wouldn't be a benefit unless you're going to say, tie it into the story, like, this would have happened if this didn't happen, or, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, but then what's the benefit of doing that? And then that's, to me, when it gets crappy, because it's like there's no benefit, so,
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Speaking of benefit, Ben says he'll let Juliet go home, but here's my point. If Tom's right, they can't get off the island. So was Ben just lying to Juliet? I mean, does Juliet not know they can't get off and said, okay, I agree. But Tom said Tom implied they can't get off the island.
Making the situation even worse, yeah. And he also told Jack he would take him home.
Mm-hmm.
He's going around telling everybody he'll take him home, but, Tom's like, well, we can't, because ever since the Sky turned purple, blah, 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 he knows about it. He didn't seem to be keeping it a secret when he's saying it in the Every Man for Himself episode. And, he's about to tell Jack. It doesn't seem like it's a big mystery. But
you think Juliet would know? That makes me think that Tom was going to say something else, like, and which might lend itself to what we were talking about earlier. Why didn't Ben seek help earlier? Maybe Tom wasn't going to say, ever since the Sky turned purple, we can't get off the island. Maybe there's something else. It's still hindering, like, their ability for him to seek help or something, but it's not specifically hindering their ability to get off the island.
What I saw a few people say was that, he specifically said that the comms are down and they were blind. I saw a couple people say that just because they can't communicate doesn't mean they can't leave and, just sort of set out without communicating.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like it should still be possible for them to leave. It just might, no one might know they're coming, but...
Yeah, it just really depends on how they leave the island. I mean, I don't really think they take that submarine.
Well, you just go compass 325 and you're good to go.
But maybe the point is, they don't have any other boats on the island, so they can't leave because they can't communicate to tell someone to bring a boat to get them off. Maybe it's as simple as that.
Well, they got the boat they took.
The boat they took from who?
From Sun and Saeed and Jen.
Oh, that's just a little sailboat, though. You got to know how to sail to use that.
Oh, okay.
And like Desmond said, it just put him around in circles. So you probably have to have like a powered boat so you can stay on that course or something.
Okay.
Because the winds, maybe the winds just like circle around the island or something, so it won't take you in that course.
So I'm gonna ask again, related to the question of how they leave the island. How do you think Juliet got to the island?
Parachute.
Parachute?
Yeah.
Okay.
She came with one of the supply drops. She was in a big box of
Let's
pasta.
see here, mac and cheese dinner.
A little cereal, a little Dharma O cereal, and Juliet, fertility doctor. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It's like Juliet in a box. Did you see that Saturday Night Live sketch? You probably didn't because you don't watch TV, besides Lost. But they had a very funny sketch about something in a box, and many of you out there will know what I'm talking about.
Something in a box?
Something in a box. Go to
What
YouTube.
was it?
You'll find it. Let's just say it wasn't totally out of the realm of what Juliet does. They had to do with fertility.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. Well, anyway, I don't know if they can get off the island. Oh, your question was how does she get on the island? I think boat or something. How else do you get to an island?
Yeah, I guess I wondered what the standard method was to bring someone to the island. Most of the people we know got there by accident.
Oops.
And, and that's what they said.
Sorry, did that oops throw you off there?
Yeah, it did. At first I thought you were just saying that, and then I realized you were relating to what I was saying.
Yeah. It's a commentary.
Yeah. But, she, her and I guess Calvin are the only two people, well, I guess Ethan is there too now, who seem to have been deliberately brought there.
Yeah.
And the others possibly too, but we don't know their story specifically, so it would be speculation.
So we definitely should not speculate. We never speculate on this show.
We never ever do that.
No,
but
don't.
Rousseau and Desmond and obviously the Lost folks, they all just sort of Henry Gale, they all just sort of crashed there.
Oop! Look where I am.
The Black Rock.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I wondered, if you don't just crash there accidentally, what do you do?
Supply drop.
And if the island is invisible to the outside world, then really how do you do it? But
I think
you're
you
right.
have to know
They
the
have a
coordinates.
supply drop. If they can do a supply drop, they can.
Yeah, I think it's all about knowing the coordinates. Like, obviously, once you get close enough to the island, you can see it. So if you know where the coordinates are, and presumably they don't change, then you can get to and from the island, by knowing where it is, because once you head towards that course, you're gonna get there. So I think that's how you do it. You get a boat. You probably come in, fly to Fiji or something, or Bali or wherever. And is it Bali? What was the other island that they're near?
Oh, I don't remember.
Fiji and something else. I think it's Bali. I don't remember. But anyway, you fly to one of those places that's near and on the map, and then you take a boat. You take the Paula Ferry. Now, here's a question. Now that we know about this mini island, maybe the Paula Ferry just went from the main island to the mini island. And why would they do that? I don't know. But maybe they did that. Maybe they did that. Because that's what that's what ferries do, back and forth from two relatively close locations.
You think that's what the Paula Ferry did?
Maybe.
Interesting. Yeah, the Paula Ferry. God, man, there's so many things. Ugh. Forgot about the Paula Ferry.
Don't forget about the Paula Ferry.
Once the show's over.
We're gonna have a lot of unanswered questions still.
Do you think so?
I think there's gonna be a fair amount that they never explain.
Trying to put all this together just seems like it would take a while to sort of.
I think what's going to happen is we're going to understand like the everyone's backstory and motivations, and we'll be able to reasonably extrapolate why certain people did certain things and said certain things, but we won't ever specifically know why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess you're right. They can't explicitly deal with everything, but yeah. You're right. Certain things. Four-toed statue, man. Four-toed statue.
Hey, I am waiting for the day when they talk even a little bit about the four-toed statue.
Just a word or two.
And if they take an expedition and they go up to the statue and they're like, oh, here's the fifth toe.
Oh, you probably just couldn't see it because
on the back of the foot it says like made in Taiwan.
Oh no.
Then I'm going to be like, oh, that's boring.
Oh man.
They all know Korea makes better statues.
Hello.
Alright, so I think we're done.
Are we?
Yeah, we're done.
Let me see. But what about... Yeah, we talked about this.
Oh, here's a big thing we didn't talk about. Or very big thing we didn't talk about. Juliet basically tells Jack he's going to go back in his cell until they figure out what to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
Who is they, is my question. Before,
is that what she says?
Yeah, before I... Well, is that what she says? Now you're making me second guess myself. I think that's what I heard.
Yeah, you're right. That is what she says. Yeah, I guess by they she means Ben.
Yeah. He's big enough. His ego's big enough for two personalities. Ben and his friend Ben. They're both the same, but don't tell either one that.
You have already met my friend Ben. Allow me to introduce myself.
Yeah. My name's Ben, by the way. I was thinking, before I sort of thought that Jacob was dead, I thought she sort of meant Jacob and whoever else is in charge, or Jacob and Ben. But now that I think Jacob is dead, maybe she just means like Ben and... Maybe she just means the rest of them. She says they to sort of distance herself.
Yeah, that was the sense I got. She was saying they as in not me.
As in like, yeah, like I'm not only do I want to have anything to do with them, but I definitely won't be involved in the decision-making process.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with me. But the thing is, I don't think any of the others who are around are going to have any authority.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Jack questions. He says they.
Yeah.
So that makes me feel like it's not the they that we're just talking about now. Like there's some other they that Jack doesn't know about, or unless he's just questioning like, oh, they is in not you, huh?
Yeah, I feel like that.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was what he meant.
I'll buy that, because then he goes into what did he say, because it's like, oh, so you're not part of them anymore? What did he tell you?
Yeah.
You know, what made you not a part of them anymore? So, okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah.
I will buy that. So do you have any, do we want to talk about anything else?
Next
on Lost?
Oh, yeah. There isn't much there.
No, it was actually a pretty lackluster promo.
It was really weak. Man, I hope it's better than it looks. Maybe it'll be like one of those things like when the preview looks good, it sucks. So maybe it'll fix itself.
I mean, basically, you got what do you got? You got Claire looking scared. Someone jumped in the water. Jin turns his head.
That's it. I think that's all he's gonna do in the episode.
He just turns his head. He looks from right to left. You got Juliet being taken. Looks like she's going to be in prison. Jack in his cage.
Saw that, yeah.
Desmond rescuing someone out of the water. Kate wanting to go rescue Jack.
Right.
I thought he said don't come for him. Screw what Jack says. Oh man. Yeah, I would love if this is on HBO, she'd be like, fuck what Jack says. I'm going back for his ass.
Was that Sawyer who said, but Jack said? Was that Sawyer?
I don't know. I thought
that wasn't Sawyer? Who knows what Jack said?
I thought it was in the scene in the promo. It's what's his name? Locke and the little scene Saeed. And I think it's one of them that says it. And Kate probably tells him. Jack said not to go back because it's
Jack
blah,
said
blah,
not
blah.
to go back, so let's go get him. But Jack said,
Yeah.
I just told you what Jack said. Shut up.
I know what Jack said. I just told you. Oh man. Okay.
Told you.
There's nothing else really in the promo. For those of you guys, I mean, I guess most of our listeners watch it on TV like we do.
Of course we do.
But for those who don't watch it,
your local ABC affiliate.
Exactly. For those who don't watch it on TV, I don't know how else you watch it. You don't download it, I'm sure.
There's no other way to watch it.
Although the quality is really good and there's no commercials. But it doesn't have the. Yeah, it doesn't have the promo.
Cut out the commercials.
I know that is the best part, right?
Yeah.
My point is, lost-media.com has the promo for those who download it. I don't know how you do it. Don't tell me either. And for those who want to see it again if you missed it or didn't catch it on your TiVo or whatever.
From iTunes. You mean iTunes, right?
Oh, yeah. $2 an episode.
Yeah.
Yes. Because you know what?
That's the only way to download it.
That's a deal. That's a deal. $2 an episode, I totally wouldn't pay for that. I mean, I would pay that.
Oh, man.
All right, I'm going to get my
I hope we get a cease and desist for this podcast.
I'm going to get my tongue out of my cheek right now. Anything else you want to say before we cut out?
I've forgotten the cease and desist for. You know what?
I sent you one. You should have gotten it.
Well, I didn't.
I didn't send it registered mail, so I can't prove that you got it.
Yeah, well, there you go. It'll never hold up, will it?
No, it won't.
I think I did have something to say. Oh, I wanted to say real quick, a comment sort of continuing something I said at the beginning of the last podcast regarding the flashbacks.
The podcast we did like a long time ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mentioned I was sort of dissatisfied with the backstory, and with the backstories in general in the first 6 episodes, saying that they seem to have lost their charm. They were getting repetitive, and they didn't seem to contribute anything to the character or to the plot. Mm-hmm. And obviously, this one has a big advantage because it's a brand new character we know nothing about, their background, and so I guess she gets an advantage. But immediately after I say that, in terms of episodes, we get a flashback that says something about the character and something about the plot.
Yeah.
So it was nice to have that. Like, I enjoyed the flashback. Maybe not as much as the island stuff, but it was good. It wasn't a waste of time.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. Now, does that mean that your perspective on flashbacks has changed? That the flashbacks are only really as good as the ones that have come before it? You know what I mean? Like the earlier ones are sort of better simply because they are first and they get to tell us new stuff, whereas the later ones can't contribute because they just can't because we already know.
Yeah, I mean, is there anyone who had a better later flashback than their first flashback? Like I don't know. I can't think of one offhand. It seems like most people got their good flashbacks the first one.
I think some of Locke's flashback. I think some of his were pretty good. I mean, his were all pretty good, and so I don't know if they got like decreasingly worse or anything like that.
Lockdown was kind of weak.
What was the flashback in that one?
It was having to do with Helen and...
was that when the dad took the money?
Yeah,
was like,
the dad took the money, and he conned him into doing exactly what he said and not lying about anything.
Yeah, that's a good con.
Yeah. That,
Ben should try that con more often.
Yeah, he really should, actually. Be good for his soul.
For his karma.
But, yeah, that one, I think the orientation flashback, I don't even remember it, so I shouldn't even say anything about it.
But you will anyway.
His, God, what was it? Wow. I guess I'll sit here and try to think about it. I really don't remember.
Anyway, I see your point about the flashbacks, though, but I was just
Deus
wondering...
Ex Machina was really good, but Walkabout was like a great flashback. I mean, it didn't really add to the... I guess what it added to the plot was the island healed him.
Yeah.
But it was very character developing. And it was a really good flashback. Like, that was, just really good stuff. And Jack's like White Rabbit thing with his dad, and a lot of people maybe they pull off a couple more, but at a certain point it gets stale, and it starts to they don't really know what else to do with them.
Yeah.
And they become redundant, and I don't know what they can do about that. They're stuck with their main characters, and they can't ignore them. So
I mean, at a certain point, there's nothing to flash back to, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think with a lot of characters, they're kind of at that point where basically they have to work pretty hard to come up with something that's worth doing flashback for.
Maybe that's why they have these new characters.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Now that they have these others, and they also have Nikki and Paulo. I think they get a chance to do new character flashbacks.
Boring. I can't imagine Nikki and Paul's flashback being anything interesting.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to being disappointed.
I think it's going to be interesting.
All right.
I do.
Okay. Well,
high hopes.
Anything else you want to ramble about?
Probably not. Let me think. Lost. I like this episode a lot. I don't know if I said that, but I like this episode a lot.
I can tell.
Just in terms of the season, there's a lot of stuff here, obviously. Okay, well, I think that's it for me.
Alrighty. Yeah, I don't have anything else really. I just wanted to, in general, give a little shout out to Bob M and 420 Brownie for just posting on our site.
Oh!
They were the first to what?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and Anonymous too, but I don't know who that is. But thanks, Anonymous. Thank you guys for posting. We appreciate your comments, and 420 Brownie and Bob M have been longtime listeners. So we always enjoy hearing from them and from anyone else who wants to talk to us. We definitely read all the comments, and we try to respond. Well, and I guess I'll say we only respond if there's something to respond to, which is just logical. So if we don't respond, it doesn't mean that we didn't read it. It just means that there's nothing really to say.
We definitely
thanks.
read everything.
Only thing to say is thanks. Anyway, so yeah,
I love reading the comments, even if I don't respond very much.
Yes, thelostlowdown.blogspot.com is our site. You can catch our feed on iTunes. Email is lostlowdown@gmail.com. What else?
I need to give a little shout out of my own to the Irish Lost podcast.
Uh-oh.
I promised a long time ago to this guy that I would do it. He mentioned our podcast a long time ago as well, and I said I'd bring him up the next time we podcasted, and this is the next time. So anyway, irishlost.podomatic.com. I think he is just one guy. He does a short, sort of like 30-minute run through. It's supposed to be for the Irish Lost fans, but I don't know how many there are. I think he has a lot of people listening who aren't from Ireland. But found him through Lostcast, and I sort of enjoyed his little thing. It's not a big sort of theory podcast, but I thought it was a fun little sort of light jaunt and take on things that's, it's a little...
Light and jaunty like the Irish?
Yes. It's a little different from...
Oh, look at that.
A normal podcast. So I don't know. I liked it, and check it out if you want to, but I wanted to mention it. It's pretty good. So, there you go.
Well, there.
I think
You've done your penance.
Yeah, indeed.
Cool. Well, we're here at 5 hours and like 40 minutes or so. You guys wanted a big podcast, and we gave you a big podcast. That's how we do. That's how we do.
It is.
That's how we roll. Lost style. Okay, I'm done. Thank you, and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.